Yeah, all right. Oh, let's kind of get started, shall we? Dog. Ugh. Ugh. Damn near threw my back out doing some yard stuff today. I was burying some very big posts. I'm trying to set up some lighting so that I can actually see the dog when she's pissing and shitting late at night in the backyard. And yeah, I'm above 30, so I gotta be careful of throwing my fucking back out. But enough about me and my old unk ailments. It do be that match review time. All right. Let's consult the old notes. So, I took a lot of notes game one. Game two, I took basically none. There wasn't a whole lot to talk about game two. But yeah, we'll just get right on into it. If you are unfamiliar with the way that we review games here, basically we do it relatively efficiently. I'm not just gonna sit and watch the games back or anything like that. I took notes in the moment during the game. So it was all topical notes about how things might play off with no benefit of hindsight. So it's what could the players consider in any given moment, or point things out to them, or things like that. And also just helping you guys understand decision making that they might be thinking about, or explain their plays in that time. So a lot of times they do stuff that doesn't make sense to the viewers at the moment. And it's something that I like to do to try to help improve that. So, getting into this Gustav versus Romain game. I gotta turn off the volume. Wah! Alright, we got the pen all ready to go. I typically don't talk about opening plays. Players can do whatever they wish as the opener. What I like to do is I like to break down how each player interacts with the information that they're given from the opponent. Choosing an opening play is super play style dependent. Super it depends really on what the player wants to do and accomplish. So I don't really find it super helpful to just point out the optimal opening play, or the play that I think I would go for, because that's all just I don't know. It's just super related to me. Oh, good point. Actually, hang on. The bracket. Bingo Brawlers. It's here. Hold on. Can I fit it a little better? Yes. Okay. So the bracket has now been unveiled. It's pseudo interactable. This is the double elimination bracket. This is the path to the finals. So, I don't know exactly what red side... Oh, I guess it's just the colors that they're going to be playing. I don't really know why that's on here, but okay. So, basically, we've got a route to the finals for these guys. So, first match. August 28th. This is the first match, right? Whoopsies. Fuck, I screwed something up, whatever. First match, August 28th. Yep, this is the first match. Nuclear Pastatum versus Blanks. Eat your heart out, YouTube. Everyone who was like, why don't we just have Tom and Blanks play in the finals already and fucking, just go home and save ourselves the time. Y'all are dumb. The tournaments rarely ever play out in just the expected way. Tournaments are very chaotic. It's just it's never that simple. Eat your goddamn hearts out. So we're gonna have one of these guys sent down to the lowers right off the rip. Huge drama, absolutely amazing. Whoops. And then the other upper bracket match is Sirius versus Romain. And now, some of you guys might have been expecting Blanks and Tom to be #1 seeds of their own group, which would mean that they would meet in the winner's bracket final if they both won their first match. But that is not how bingo works, motherfuckers. So, yeah, we're going to have one of each of these guys go down into the losers. Also, for those unfamiliar with how upper and lower brackets work, one of these 4 players will be our grand finalist. Will be one of our grand finalists. Like, it cannot be 2 people from down here. So we'll be seeing one of these guys at the end of the road with like a essentially 50-50 shot at winning the whole thing. So there's a very good chance that one of our champions is right here. Or our champion, I guess. So Roman versus Sirius is very interesting. I think Roman has like the most like. So there's a lot of play styles at play here. Tom's a very traditional bingo player. Blanks cooks a little bit more. Sirius is like traditional, I would say, but kind of pushing the envelope of the meta, I would say. He's brought a lot of squares into more popularity and stuff. Yo, what up, Gustav? Never say forever. I'm out forever too, but also hopefully not forever. You just happen to have the terrible luck of having a child. What can you do? But yeah, GG's in the base game, dude. We're gonna be talking about it big time. DLC obviously a little tough with the Teolia and whatnot. Really, really tough board to have a Teolia disaster on, but c'est la vie. C'est la vie. And then Roman also with kind of a non-traditional playstyle. I keep on expecting Roman's playstyle to get more and more punished, but he gets away with kind of a lot of greed. So I think like Sirius, like one of these, like Sirius and Tom, if they were against Roman, I think it would look pretty convincing. I think. If I had to guess, I would say Roman would have a tough time versus these guys. I feel like Roman versus Blanks would be super weird. Like, I have no idea what that match would look like. Both of those guys play, like, very non-traditionally, so would be very curious to see that matchup. So, maybe both of them win and progress. Maybe no. Practice skips. Yeah. Dude, you made a lot of new fans this tournament, I think, Gustav. Everybody was enjoying your animation while going through your games and stuff. So I think you did a fantastic job just working within the limitations that you had to deal with the amount of time that you could practice and stuff. So good stuff. And then on the lowers, we have Gray versus Ray Dans. So Ray Dan's kind of on the up and up. I would say he's getting good very, very quickly. Gray is having maybe a hard time finding his footing in the meta. He was doing like well at the DLC at first, and then lately hasn't been doing as well on the DLC. It started doing a little better in the base game. Ray Dans was doing really good in the base game kind of this whole time, getting better and better. And then in the DLCs, kind of getting close. But yeah, this should be a good matchup. I think whoever goes home here, like, actually I should say it the other way around. Whoever progresses here means that they leveled up their game. I think like this is a great match to watch for like who is going to go next level. Because both of these guys are like, they're kind of right where they should be as far as like on the cusp of being able to get their shit together and cook. You wanted the secret right scroll, you swear the skips prevented it. I could tell because you grabbed Scorched Ruins. I was like, ooh, he's gonna kind of like forego Drain with the intention of getting the secret right scroll. I like this play a lot. That was a note that I wrote. And then Aggie versus Swed. This should be a barn burner. Both of these guys I would also categorize as very chaotic. It's kind of funny because I know that Aggie hates the DLC, but I honestly think that, and like Swed loves the DLC, I honestly think that Aggie might have a better shot in the DLC against Swed. Swed just kind of, although it's hard, you can never tell because like the Swed chat debuff is so so strong. Like you can never tell what's gonna happen with these pairings, and how Sweat's gonna show up on game day. You're wondering why we aren't doing the standard first versus fourth, second versus third seed bracket setup? It's because of the double elimination nature. Like these guys have a free ride or a free extra life basically. So like if Tom doesn't, or like if Tom loses to blanks or something, then he goes down here. Whereas if one of these guys lose, they're just out, right? So I think most people would rather have a second life than to play somebody who's like lower seeded, I think. Yo, what up, Agent Sere with the jewel? But yeah, very much looking forward to the games. That's the bracket. That's what we got coming up. All right, back to match review. You didn't see that people... Oh, yeah. All right, so as far as openers are concerned, again, I don't really talk about like who chooses what, but Gustav is doing the old classic. The old classic AFK 12 style. So we won't be talking much about what Gustav's doing because he's going to be getting his weapon fully upgraded off the rip. We'll talk a little bit more about Romain, what he chooses to do. Yo, what up your way on YouTube? Hello. So Romain, on the other hand, does choose to get onto the board quickly, and I really like his opener. So we can skip ahead. Just run, get the Grace. Gets the Aguilig North a little bit faster to get Torrent and everything, gets off and running, and heads immediately for Raya, taking Raya's hand. Started with the runes. You can see he's got 3k there to be able to buy the necklace. Pretty clean here, I think. Nothing really to write home about. And then going next for this column, which is a really nice column. And the way that he executes this column is very defining about how this game plays out. So typically when I talk about like how to punish the playstyle that Gustav is playing right now, I would say like try and find a way to get your opponent who is upgrading to do a square which doesn't get to utilize their upgrades very well. And then that gives you the space to get upgraded. And so what that looks like on this is this and this. And then if you force him into Sacred Flask +7 or Finger Slayer Blade, there is a lot of stuff by Radon's, like maybe he doesn't like hard rush this the Sacred Flask or whatever and like eyes up the Finger Slayer Blade. Radon's very strong on this board. BBKs, Gargoyles, NPC bosses, Grave Glovewort Bellbearing. I believe there's more. Hitless. Oh yeah, all this stuff in the row 1 that Gustav takes away. Like very, very powerful Radon board. So like you would kind of push them towards like the Finger Slayer Blade type things. Like the line is, it's not like the most dangerous line, but it does like loom over the player. Like the Finger Slayer Blade is a shitty square down there. Like you can mark all this stuff along the way, but like, you know, it's going to be hanging over your head. And one thing that Gustav, I think, does really, really well in the base game, consistently, I've said this about his games in review, is he does a really good job of knowing when the line has done its job and when it's time to like you've made the threat. Like you don't need to do any more work on it. It's done what it needs to do with pressure. Gustav is very, very good at making that read, and I think that was the defining difference in this game, is that Romain didn't do as good of a job as Gustav as ending his threats correctly. Gustav did a really, really nice job with that. So we get to the Margit +0, and Romain also mentioned in the post that he wished that he had killed the Elder Lions, which is 100% correct. That was the big defining choice this game. So we get here, we're at the 10-minute mark, so we know that Gustav is like nearly going to be on the board. What can I explain for you, Lupe? What can I explain for you? So basically, when you know that your opponent is upgrading, once that 12-minute mark hits, they're on the board. So basically, you can either continue marking squares up until they're on the board, or you can like just kind of time in your head, like, okay, now they're going to be dealing with my threat or something. So like right now, I think Roman could know that Gustav still has 2 more minutes and that these Elder Lions are in play for him, and they're not in play yet for Gustav unless Gustav like pivots out. But a lot of times when you're doing the AFK 12 like super fast upgrade, you're not actually in a position where you can pivot off of it just yet, because like it depends on your sequencing, how you've gotten your money and everything ready to go, that like maybe you can't wield your weapon yet, or maybe you like don't have the actual cash to do the upgrades, and you're sitting on like 1 through 6 somber essentially, but no way to actually upgrade it just yet because you hadn't gone to the Halic tree. There could be any number of things that make it hard to pivot out of this playstyle in a moment. So I feel like at this moment, Roman could go for like a +9 or +12 smithing weapon and do these lions, and he would have time while Gustav's still getting set up. Obviously, like lions at +0 is a little rough. So yeah, it's just kind of the timing is tight, but I think he has time. Gustav going Halic tree first was really good in that regard. Yeah, and I also liked how he grabbed the talisman while he was there. Or no, wait, yeah, he grabbed the legendary talisman while he was there. Roman skipped it and had to go back, but that comes later. So what I wrote down, whoops, fucking hell. What I wrote down is at minute 15. Okay, so now Gustav is on the board. We know he's on the board. It's minute 12. He's getting a grace to set up for the Radon Festival. What I wrote down at minute 15 is that Roman didn't need this amount of prep. So like right now, he's basically got Elder Lions ready to go. He's got money in his pocket, and he's got a wieldable weapon that is like pretty good for the Elder Lions. Like I think that this is the time to not do this right here. Also skipping the talisman that he has to come back for later was a bit tough. But yeah, the note that I wrote is I do not believe that Roman needs this much prep to do what he's thinking of doing. Like obviously I feel for him, he's more eyeing up this like this next step of the play, which is like something in here, which does help, you know, having this amount of prep. But for the Elder Lion specifically, this is pretty unnecessary. And then, meanwhile, Gustav is now on the board. The Radon Festival is active. He's got a wieldable Blood Fiend's arm at max level, and he is just running at Radon and the Elder Lions. And it's kind of interesting here, actually, that he doesn't go for the Elder Lions first. I would probably consider this to be a bit of an error, perhaps, because, like, I mean, it's hard to say though, because like this power behind Radon is real. So like getting all of this stuff progressed that was talked about earlier is really, really good. However, getting this pressure eliminated first is very nice, and he kills those lions like very, very quickly once it's time to do so. So I think I with either player, I would have prioritized the lions first. I think the line in column 1 it's not like super dangerous, but it is ugly, and you don't want to be forced into Finger Slayer, even if you are killing Radon. It's just like very far out of the way. And it does wind up being like the last square marks, you know? Okay. So what happens at this point is Roman sees Hitless, and he knows that he's like basically all the way ready to upgrade. But like, so one of the problems is like once Radon is dead, and Roman probably, okay, dog making noises. Roman should probably know that Gustav is plus 10-ish somber, and like either 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Can kill anything that he wants, and he just did Radon. So now it opens up a lot of options, which makes this row very hard to block. So because all of these are basically just like one warp away, like you can go from here to here, you can go from here to here, or you can go from here to here. And there's really no rhyme or reason for choosing any one or the other than this Elder Lions being the block. So basically the thing that he could probably assume is like, in a vacuum, like say that this wasn't here, this line threat, any one of these could be next, because it's just like the next step in any direction, and it doesn't like progress anything else. It's just like what does my opponent want to do? But since there is this information of this line, this is very obviously like the next thing that's going to happen. What Romain should probably do here is go kill the Tree Scent duo like right now, because like the Tree Scent duo blocks the row 1. Like he knows that this is already a 5-alarm fire. And if you just be like, okay, Gustav is probably going to do Elder Lions next, which blocks out my column. If I do Tree Scent duo right now, then that means that I'm still working with a diagonal, and I get the block. So I think like trying to fight for the Lions here was probably, yeah, he kind of like realizes like, hey, shit. And then I think he go for... He does go for the Tree Scent duo, but Gustav had grabbed this Grace to turn on the Festival. Romain didn't need to go to this Grace because he had already turned on the Festival via Raya's hand, so he's a full Grace behind. Those Elder Lions died quick enough that, like, honestly, they would probably be in like a neck-and-neck race right here, but it was probably giving himself the best shot at getting the clean answer to this line to go for the Tree Scent duo at that point. But still tough. All right, on to more notes. And then once the Tree Scent duo and Crucible Misbegotten duo is killed, this is the perfect time to leave this line. So this is exactly what Gustav should do. Like, this is a great call. Don't try to 5-square bingo this. It's very unlikely that you're going to get it. And I like how in the post game he was saying how he recognized that Topps Academy Key is still kind of it's like a shit square for Romain to do, because it's like kind of slow and whatever, but there is still some power in Liurnia, and recognizing that like he forces his opponent into Topps Academy Key, and therefore knows that things like Shibuya grapes and stuff are not like necessarily safe this game, because he's pushed his opponent across Liurnia to go get that stuff set up. But interestingly, Romain is running at this so fast that he misses like a bunch of graces and things. So really, Shibuya grapes could have been either of them at the end. I love how obvious it is that Chicken Wing was never meant for the base game. Yeah, it's a very dumb weapon. Especially like once Gustav gets Sacred Blade on it and just like destroys Gargs, which are notoriously holy resist. It's like, it's clearly not a balanced weapon. It's very stupid. All right, next thing here. What did I write down at the time? Because I know what I would like to have done in hindsight. I was focused on Romain a little bit. I do remember Romain does go by and doesn't pick up the Glintstone Wet Blade. Big sad. Big sad. But just closing out on the Academy Key, you can tell he's a little stressed as well because he goes and grabs the Imbued Key first, which is a bit of an oopsie poopsie. But what Gustav does here is kind of some holy shit cinema. He's doing the Tom. He's doing the Milk and Spray. Face scaling, buffing your physical AR just as much as your holy AR seems fair to you. Yeah, definitely. But like, this is the Tom. Look at all these ones on the board. Oh baby, look at all these fucking options. My Milk and Spray boy. This is a guy who's watched some quality bingo and learned some good lessons. I love to see this. This is really good. When you're in like a commanding position, just spread value. Like, it's just synergize. Don't overcommit to one idea. He's got one Deathbird, one Black Knife, one Catacomb, one Talisman. And then like working towards a Cemetery Shade, progressing some more Catacombs. Like all that stuff is so good. Such good value, and this like really catapults him into the majority position. And then all that it comes to is a race on these two lines. Very, very exciting stuff. Yeah, lots of spray indeed. All right, so after this pressure is alleviated, by the way, Roman does make the very good decision to go and grab this Grace for grapes. I was watching Gustav's Semshade fight at the time, and then I didn't see if Roman had grabbed it, so I made a note in my notes to, like, when I'm doing review, look at if he grabbed this Grace. But it did wind up being relevant later for Shiburi grapes, so I do know that he had grabbed it. Do you agree with the commentators when they were saying that Gustav should have prioed Miriam before the spray? Didn't see the threat until it was too late. No, I think it was fine because Gustav's column 3 is faster than Roman's column 4. Gustav's pretty safe in this moment, I think. Like, I don't think, like, killing Miriam was, like, all that big of a deal, because, like, Graven Ghost Glovort Bellbearing 2s is a shit square that takes a lot of time, but he was up by, like, 3 or 4 squares or something. It doesn't take long enough for your opponent to get 3 or 4 squares. It's long enough for them to get, like, 2, I think. Maybe 2.5 or something. Or if there's some, like, big synergy or something, like, maybe it can hurt pretty bad, but given the state of the board at the time, I think, like, he could probably assume that Roman has to go for Shiburi grapes because he's got more progress in Liurnia and the line is faster, and so just bite the bullet, get the blocks. It pushes a diagonal. It gets him, like, I think damn near all the way to majority, or very, very close. Miriam was low-hanging fruit and never should have tried to contest it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think that once you see that he's kind of eyeing up that line, it's probably safe to assume that that was prepped a bit. But I also don't think that you should be worried that he's prepped Glovort Bell Bearings. Like, yes, there were legendary talismans, but, like, ain't nobody going for Moon if they're trying to, like, get that square quickly. It's just not happening. It's just too long. Yo, what up, 9? Like, maybe if he was dark for longer in the game, but given that, you know, you beat him to this row 1, I feel like it was very believable that he was just getting sniped along the way, and also getting his weapon online. So, like, I don't think, like, here at this point he's running for Moon of Noxtella. I mean, maybe, but it'd be a lot of forethought to be like, I'm going to prep this shitty column from the very beginning. I mean, maybe an Iron U or something, maybe, but pretty unlikely still. Anyway, I was wondering about this Semshade versus the Kaled one, because that Catacomb is, like, absurdly fast. But, I mean, you did get some Sacred Flask Tears progress as well with this, so it was fine. Fucking hell, why do I keep clicking on that? If I do this, does that fuck with the... So I keep on clicking off of the page. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Paid to win and still lost. All right, so this column 3, very, very nice. Again, this is a much faster column than Romance column 4. So basically, when you're ever leveraging, like, racing threats, it's, like, way better to be in Gustav's shoes than Romance. So I like that. Again, we don't undercommit to the line, because, like, this is way wrong color. This is way faster. This Deathrite Bird's square than Grapes is. So if you make him do Grapes, it gives you enough time to be sure that you're ahead on Glovort Bell Bearings. So it's, like, just really, really nice using threats to their maximum and no further. Really like those choices. Okay, so this is where Roman preps Miriam. He knows that he's ahead on Volcano Manor, so he can get this Grace. It's completely cool. I will say that, like, probably at this point where you're, like, doing these Semshades, it's probably already very obvious that this column 4 is a problem because of the Raya's hand. And that he's, you know, been around in Liurnia a little bit. So I would already be looking at, like, at this moment, I would either be interested in doing, like, grapes, like do, like, a grape and then finish Deathbirds if I was planning to send the line, or be getting ready for the block on the column 4, because I think it's pretty obvious that we're going to be racing threats at this point. And then especially once this Semshades Catacombs double mark comes through, this means that, like, we're at 8-4 now. My opponent is entering desperation mode. Why not the Weeping Deathbird, asks Marquis. If I had to answer for him, I would say that, like, the Liurnia one is just, like, incredibly quick, so it doesn't really matter anyway. I do think that, like, I probably would have done the Liurnia Deathbird into the South Raya Death Rightbird, because that gives you the option to do grapes. Like, again, I'm, like, pretty sure we're about to see a noble mark if I'm in your position, because, like, 8-4, if I'm Romain, I'm like, Jesus, I need to, like, push this threat as far as I can push it. So I think, like, taking a little bit of greed towards potentially making your own counterline, like, actually achievable. This could be the case where it's like, I think we're in a bingo race and my line's faster. I just want to be ahead on it. But I guess, like, you don't know, maybe he could be working on Deathbirds or whatever. Yeah, the strike damage here, not very good. This is a plus 25 Bloodfiend's Arm. One of the notoriously broken weapons in the game. Yeah, what is Noble's actual strike resistance? I know it's high, but I don't actually know what it is. Is it 80? Because this looks like 80 or something. There's no way it's only 35. What? How is this possible? It's only 35? Versus minus... I mean, sure, it's a big swing, but, like, this is unreal. Huh. It looks like more than this. I don't know. Maybe it's also bugged like the Bloodfiend's Arm. That looks like at least a 60-point swing, not a less than 40-point swing. Yeah, Standard's definitely way better than Strike. I mean, Standard is just a good damage type because it's not bad against anything. It's just nice to have. Alright, so then this is where Gustav goes for the Miriam, a bit regrettably, perhaps. There's also, I don't know if this was mentioned to you, Gustav, at some point, but there is a skip, like, over here to get, like, right down to the tower. It's kind of nice to know for this square. Again, I mean, you're done with bingo at this point, but, like, maybe there'll be Miriam in the future somewhere or whatever. Heard of it, never seen it. Yeah, it's really, it's nice for this format for sure, but, you know, not super useful Elden Ring knowledge. I didn't know it before this square existed, so. So yeah, he does the kukri to stop the pivot. Gustav does see that they're now in a dueling threat situation. So basically the calculation here that Gustav needs to make is he's got a 3-square lead. Like, how many squares is he gonna lose if he goes for Glovewort Bell Bearings versus trying to send his line? That's basically the decision that has to be made in this moment. And if we look at the rest of the board, like, Romain has to do grapes if he's not gonna race the line. So Gustav has basically already kind of, I think, made up his mind that I'm worried that I'm behind on grapes, so I'm gonna rush the block. So if like, obviously, worst case is he gets beat to Glovewort Bell Bearings by Romain and loses the game on the spot. But, like, barring that, the other bad case for Gustav is if Romain just full sends the grapes and then has time to get a bunch more squares. So basically, it's like, what is the time difference between this shitty square minus this shitty square? Equals what? How many more squares can Romain get progress to in that time? So, like, it's a little bit. So, like, the things that you could either do as Romain are go for this and then try and pick off the one-offs like Crusader or BBK, Or, also definitely go for this, kill Radahn to fix your map and try and be ahead on, like, this, and this. So, I think Roman also in the postgame mentioned that he wished that he had done the one-offs. I don't know if that's true. I think he was just, like, in a tough situation. I think he made the best call that he could. And, you know, when you're, like, after a game, you're like, shit, man, what if I had done the other thing? But I'm pretty sure the other thing would have looked worse, because then, like, Gustav is way ahead on all the underground stuff, and you don't have any of it available, and it's just, like, more squares. So I think his decision to do the grapes and then go for Radahn made the game closer. But I think, like, it's possible that Roman just had to gamble on his line and that Gustav was going to block his line. I think, like, at a 9-6 disadvantage when you don't have Radahn dead and you're thinking about what you can do to win this game, I don't know if you can win this game going grapes. I think he probably has to gamble on the line. So, like, again, I think this is another circumstance of Roman just not quite getting what he needs out of his threats in order to win the game. But, like, these are the decision differences between, like, you know, a very good bingo player and, like, a bingo player who can come back in any situation, right? Like, it's this right here. Like, I don't know what Tom would do in this situation. For like, I think if Tom were playing this game from either side, I think Tom would go for this if he were Gustav, and I think if Tom were Roman, I think Tom might also go for this. I think. But it's really hard to say. You'd have to ask him. But I think that whoever wins this square wins the game. So, like, maybe if you're Gustav and mind gaming that, then you just go for this. Like, can Roman win if he goes for this square? I don't know. I don't think so. It's tough. Or sorry, can Roman win if he goes for this square? I don't know that he can win if he goes for grapes. But it's also hard to make those calls on the big stage, because, like, if you psycho send your line and don't get it, like this guy who did it against CBD, then you look like a fool and you lose your game, even though it may have been the correct decision and give you the best shot at winning. All right, let's see. Is there more to say here? At 48, I left another note. What happened here? So this is after the Glovewort bell bearing. Oh, no. This is when, okay, so Gustav is working towards the final Glovewort bell bearing. Is this a rewatch or is the match going on live? This is a match review. So we're basically doing some ESPN Sports Center type review of the bingo match that happened today. We do this for every pro match that happens after the fact. So once Roman marks this square to block the line, Gustav does have a grace up ahead of him. He sees this. He's like, okay, went for the block. Cool. I think now is probably a fine time to pivot. It's a little scary to leave this here, but I think we could get a little bit of something done in this time. Like, maybe bait Roman to try to go for this a little bit and get a bit of a snipe, but also at a 2 square advantage heading into a 3 square advantage once he finishes this to get to 10. It's a little like, yeah, why gamble? But, like, you can kind of know, I think, that he did not do the mountaintops catacomb. Like, there's just not enough time in this game. So I think it probably would have been good to either get, like, the Grace underground or get the Grace for BBK or even kill BBK before finishing this. Just something that takes, like, less than 5 minutes or whatever, because this square is super long. How long did this square take, by the way? I was kind of curious, because Gustav did this relatively quickly. So, like, if you have a goated weapon and you're fast, how long does this square take? So this gets marked here. So 41 minutes Gustav pivots. And he finishes the square. 41. Doesn't pivot. Okay, so this is a 10-minute square. This is a 10-minute square. Pretty good to know. I actually had no idea how long that square took from start to finish, but that's very nice to know. So yeah, that's a long ass time. So I think we had a pretty good amount of time to be able to, like, if you're like, I only want to give him enough time to do half of the square, like that's how much time I want to have to feel safe, then you could pick a 5-minute square and go do that. So like BBK could be a 5-minute square, Crusader could maybe be a 5-minute square. Getting underground takes about 3 minutes, so that would give you like lots of breathing room. These are probably even shorter than 5 minutes if I had to guess. Maybe not, depending on where you're starting from, but yeah, definitely time to get a square between then and finishing, especially because like we've got like a Grace right then and there ready to pivot. So, and then like if Roman marks other things, then you can like extend that timer out. That's something that we commonly do in the DLC, is like when we're holding something in Shadowkeep and we see our opponent mark something south, it's like, okay, I was gonna give him 5 minutes. He marked a square, which took him like probably 3 minutes, I would estimate. So I'll give him another 3 minutes before I go back and defend my prio or something. Like basically just like pushing that timer out every time you get new information. That's like how to really leverage knowledge in bingo to be able to like eke the most amount of value out of holding your prio. And I guess like this is a good time to talk about like the reason for holding prio to any who don't understand. Because like if we think about, you know, if Gustav loses this square here, he just loses the game, right? So like if you're basically at the end, why would you like leave this as a risk? Like it's super dangerous. And while the answer is yes, it is dangerous to leave the game losing threat available, if you feel like you have a good knowledge of where your opponent has been in the game, like you total up in your mind kind of the vibe of like how long all of these squares took him, and you're like, that adds up. There's probably like basically nothing towards this. Then you could kind of be like, okay, if that's a 10-minute square, and I want to be safe about it, then I'll contest other things for this amount of time. And the reason that that's good is because then you're contesting squares that are actually in play. So like getting some progress here or here or here or whatever. These are squares that are squares that Roman could be working towards. So like, especially if you're spreading out some options, like once you finish this thing, then you're ahead on some other things, potentially baiting your opponent into wasting time on this. But like, there's sometimes arguments for like not getting sniped and things like that. So like you don't want to be doing squares that your opponent's doing. So like maybe, I don't know. It just depends on how you want to play your late game. But this is safe for a certain amount of time to leave, and so getting something else productive done is often a good way to play. It's giving you something else ready to go for the late game, rather than spending time on something that's already yours. That's probably the better way to put it. Spending time on something that is already yours, where your time could be spent claiming something new for yourself. That's the much better way to put it. Roman's board state is so bad at this point. 4 open lines for Gustav, and he has 2 squares on all of them already. Yeah, Gustav's in a tremendous spot for sure. This game is basically unlosable, which is probably why Roman just needed to gamble on this line, I would say. If he wanted his best shot at winning, I think that gambling on that line was the winning play. Hayata Grapes was just not gonna get it done for him. It's also a terrible square, so folks won't want to rush it down at all. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Okay, and then from here, Gustav only needs 2 more squares. He's like technically behind on underground, so there's like a little bit of like yikes potential. And I thought it was interesting here that Gustav sets up another threat that makes Roman probably want to pivot out of underground if he is there and go for Crusader as the faster block, which is exactly what he does. So if Gustav is trying to keep his option, Gustav kind of has 2 ways to win. He can either completely avoid the underground, which he knows Roman has to go to, and he can grab like Sacred Flask, he can grab Bell-Bearing Hunters, he could and like basically just with those 2 or Crusader even, that would get him to 13 with 1 to spare, or he could generate another threat and kick Gustav out of underground. Either this or this kick Roman out of underground in some way. Like either Roman has to go and get the Altus bell bearing, or he has to go here, and then that like gives you the time to go back in and invade the underground after you've kicked him out and get something for yourself. In this case, these 2 squares. You just took the 2 worst squares. Yeah, that's also a very common tactic. I think like at the moment though, this is actually the worst square on the board. I think. It's like one of these 2. These are probably the worst 2 in reality, because like even the ones that you did choose, like those are in contested territory, because like underground is the hot spot. So even though these are like the worst squares on the board in the vacuum, or in a vacuum, I don't think these are the worst squares on this board. But yeah, these 2 are on an island. Like they don't synergize with anything else. Everything else, like all of these, I guess like Misbegotten Crusader as well, but like all of these are underground squares, so you pretty much know that Roman has to be fighting for these in like, you know, together. Like he's in there with you. But either way, the earlier Milk and Spray gave Gustav like a tremendous advantage in this game, and I often use the phrase when somebody has given themselves that amount of information that they can like, you know, eat their cake however they wish. Like there's any number of ways that Gustav can choose to close out this board. Roman has to get like absurdly lucky to like guess the right ones. So you can basically do whatever feels right to you, and like easy peasy. All right, now for the DLC game, and there's not a ton to say here, unfortunately. I do want to see why Gustav's skip didn't work, because I was getting attacked by the dog both times that he died to the skip. So I didn't actually see what happened. As far as the board though, obviously Shadowkeep is very powerful as always. I think Tom did a great job pointing out the other options. Other options that he said were like column 2 being like non-Shadowkeep at all. They pointed out Bellerat being a trap, like center square cool, but like really not good enough. Like you get these 2 squares, like, ooh, look at column 3, that's crazy, cool, whatever, but like kind of who cares? All of these are like, all the rest of those squares are just like super whatever, they'll get done at some point, like it's just not a pushable line. Bear Lion Hippo, like this thing, very hard to get the 3 Spirit Ashes. Like this row you could do without much Shadowkeep, but getting the Spirit Ashes is hard. I think Tom also made some really insightful plays about like when Roman is going back section, that like there's kind of a little dangerous combo in here. I just kind of drew a dick. Don't look at it that way. That Gustav could eye up as potential options to give himself something to work with, either on this column or this row. So like the synergy of Chief Blood Fiend and Spirit Ashes is like one of the ways that you can take Spirit Ashes away from a back section player, and then that could have also stopped this pretty dangerous line here. But anyway, we'll look at how this game plays out. So Gustav makes, in my opinion, a really nice decision here, which is to not just gamble everything on a Drain the Water rush, and rather get Scorched Ruins here, which is going to be closer to the golden square of Secret Right Scroll to Ansbach, the 100% win rate square of the round robin. And I know it's like a bit of a meme that I'm like yelling about the Secret Right Scroll all the time, but like, holy god, is it a good Secret Right Scroll game? Like, look at what the Secret Right Scroll progresses for you in this game. If you go like back section, like it progresses like so many things. It gets you towards even Queeline and Bellerat, to the stew. It gets you towards Tiole's Concoction. Back section is Ashes. It progresses you towards Drain and Finger Creeper. Actually, hang on. We're gonna. It's gonna get too messy. I'm gonna dot every single square that this works with, and we'll see how many dots we're actually looking at. Ba, 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 ba. Not really. I mean, sort of jails even, because it gets you 3-path, sort of. I don't know. It also got like getting. It's just like there's so many little bits that the Unsbuck scroll can like get you map progress towards. Like you could even argue that like jails and curse blades are like along the way to all this as well, because again, it's not just about like the end points of like Gravesite, Moor, Shadowkeep. It's like the route that you run and the graces that you grab along the way, like Three Path, Shadow Altus, Church District, First Floor, like all of these lines just have so many freaking, like even South is over here as well. Like this just has like all of the DLC just like connects to the secret right scroll. It's very, very strong. If you squint hard enough, every square is better after secret right scroll. Exactly, Marquis. You're 100% correct. All right, let's take a look at these skips, shall we? Now that all the matches are done, which players are out? Perky, Twisty, Gustav, and Iron U are the eliminated players. Iron U / Chemist. Okay, so that one was just a whiff, and then we had a bit of a quit out issue. Got it. Oopsie daisies. Game is still recoverable. Oh, wait, did I miss another one, or was... Oh, I did miss another one. Okay. So this is the first one. What happened here? This all looks correct. Oh, we probably screwed up this jump. Did you not get another jump? Because this all looks like this should work. Is Gustav still here? This one confuses me. Unless it was just like didn't see the ledge in time. Because like, okay, let's break it down a little bit. Here's what happens. We get onto the first ledge. Boom. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, actually. Wait, no, that should have worked. Clipped something above and it did, and clipped something above. Okay, so like right here, it almost looks like you slid off this or something. And then it like, that ate your jump. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so this is the first one. Right? Yeah, the skidoo's still there. Okay, so basically, when analyzing a Tiolier skip issue, there's like a few things to check. Fair enough, Gustav. There's a few things to check. The first is, did we settle on the ledge? The second is like, did we hit the ledge down here? And then the third is like, from there it should be pretty safe. So having something happen after that other ledge is weird. So we go here. We don't sit super long, but it does stabilize. Lands here, takes damage, has jumps. All this is a-okay. And then actually, let's slow it down. So it's almost like Torrent touches here or something. Because we see a little like downward jerk. Like he slides off the rock here, which is very interesting. And then right here, hypothetically, is where Gustav should jump onto this. So if the jump was eaten by here, then he's cooked. If he just doesn't notice that he's missing the rock. So like right now, we don't see a reaction just yet on his face. So I'm almost wondering if he just like doesn't see the rock in time or something. Like, was this the moment that it's like, oh, wait, whoops, that was the rock that I was supposed to jump on? Or was that the, what the fuck, my button isn't working? Oh, poor guy, dude. That's my nightmare, by the way, is having a TLA skip incident in an official match. Feels bad. Okay, that's fine. We go again. And then that one's just the whiff, and then Failed quit out, yeah. And then this one is... Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, the sliding. So typically, what we do is... Fuck, where is it? Do we even get a good view? Right here. If you go on the right of this worm, there's like a ledge, and you can like jump from there to the ground. That's like the fastest way without killing yourself. I can point out the ledge a little bit more closely as we get there. It's like right here is where you would jump from. And then it's just like a double jump onto the low ground. It works just fine. Menuing is rusty? Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, from there, we get down. The game is sort of over feeling. Like, it's not... How over is it? So, like, now, basically... Okay, so if like, obviously, Romance sent this, this row, or this column 5. But, like, if Roman gets... Like, that was, like, what? 2 or 3 minutes of skip deaths? Which means that Roman can get, like, the first 2 or 3 squares that he wants. So if he played kind of, like, quote-unquote normally, he would get Unsbox Scroll, Drain, and then, like, 1 more square before you're even in Shadowkeep. Probably this. So now we're looking down a column 3, a row 5, and a top right diagonal with still other lines open. It's pretty tough if he went for these 3 squares. Like, honestly, him just like psycho sending this line, if you were just like doggedly running at Shadowkeep, this definitely could have lost him the game like 1000%. Because like, you probably get one of these squares if you're just like, you know, kind of running at Shadowkeep eventually. I mean, he feels more confident sending the line because Gustav's marking things that are not Shadowkeep for sure. It's like maybe he plays differently if he gets different info from Gustav. So we drain here, get that square. It's like basically like at what point do we know he's prepping this as a bingo line, basically? Like, does he do anything for any other square, or is it just like, I'm gonna full send column 5? Because if it's a full send column 5 off the rip, that is a bit psychotic. Okay, getting Savage Lions all set up. Okay, so he does go and get this Grace in... Oh, he runs all the way to Ancient Row for the Spirit Ash. Okay. Yeah, losing the starting runes is also really tough. I kind of wanted to see what Roman is doing down there in the bottom. He goes Loft. Loft is for another Ash. Wait, he never gets the Reprimand Ash? Oh my god, he's so greedy, actually. So he goes all the way to... Wait, or did he pivot? Hang on, where was the Ancient Row again? Fucking... It's too hard to see. Yeah, he does grab Strider Scorpion Ash. I don't think he grabs Reprimand Ash. Oh no, he just doesn't grab Hilda. That's what he doesn't grab. Wait, hang on. Yeah, he doesn't grab Hilda. Sorry, it's so small. It's like they're focusing on Gustav's lion fight. But yeah, he this is the drop for Hilda. Yeah, he doesn't do it. Okay, I feel like at this point he's full sending the line. Like, he sees Queen and he's like, fuck this, I'm full sending the line. Just hilarious, but yeah. Also, I do think that knowing that the lightning is jumpable is a huge difference in making lightning phase feel terrible or feeling not that bad. Because, like, if you don't know, like, where the lightning is around you and stuff, like, you can kind of feel like you're safe. Yeah, it's jumpable. So, like, it all goes off at the same time, right? So if you, like, aren't sure if there's a lightning strike behind you and you're just, like, backpedaling, then just, like, being airborne or just, like, always go in for a jump attack as the lightning strike is going off. It's, like, very often safe. But yeah, like, I just bumbled across that in the hitbox visualizer one day. I was just like doing some hitbox visualizing on the DLC bosses, just like seeing what was up, and I was like, wait, all these lightning strikes are only spawning hitboxes on the ground. What the fuck? And I just like tried it one time, and it's like, oh yeah, this is 100% jumpable. So yeah, you can jump all their lightning strikes. I think Swed doesn't believe me. Is that who? Somebody doesn't believe me. Or is like only in special cases or whatever, but no, it's definitely jumpable. Anyway, really from here, there's not a whole lot to say. I think this is around when Tom was talking about like that shape that I talked about earlier, how like this little L shape here could give Gustav some play by getting Chief Blood Fiends and the Reprimand Ash. He would just need to find one other Spirit Ash somehow, which would be a little difficult. Could do like Labirith Jail or something for another Ash or something quick, or just run base Rao. How bad would base Rao have been? Pretty shit. I guess you get an incant, sorta. But yeah, like trying to fight that, like, yeah, I don't know. This shape gives you good things, I think. This was probably a way to make some pressure and kind of diffuse the Shadowkeep situation. And like, again, one thing that Gustav does very, very well is like recognizing when lines have done the right job. So like building the line and not necessarily going too far on it, but then using that time to fix the Shadowkeep progress once he detects that he's kicked Roman out of Shadowkeep to make him go do something else. Then invading that Shadowkeep priority at that point would be an avenue back into this game. So I think like the skip deaths were definitely tough, but Bellerot on this board was a trap from start to finish. And there like were ways to do this in a way that kicks Roman out of Shadowkeep. It's very hard though. You don't want to be in that position, but you can certainly play from there. Anyway, from this point, Roman has seen now like 3 squares which are not Shadowkeep, so he's like, okay, this line is mine. We just prepped the whole thing. He was going for Teolis, I guess. And then it's like, yeah, sure, whatever. We'll just do the line, and the line works. All in all, I'd say the DLC needs a lot of improving. Yeah, I would say like the thing that I feel about the DLC is it's like the base game is easy to learn, hard to master. I would say the DLC is hard to learn and easier to master. Because like once like the DLC is basically just like a pile of like tech and reading map progress and like knowing how long squares take and like which regions of the map are good. All of that stuff takes like a baseline of knowledge. Like you got to know the crucial skips that you need to know. You got to know like there's all kinds of like tech to like get certain places or kill certain things in ways that are fast and not annoying, and you know you got to like know how to shop at Kale. What builds work, what builds don't. You gotta know like what areas of the map are bait. What up, Hyperion? And then knowing like how long you can hold your map prio and stuff when your opponent's showing you other things, which is what Roman does here on this line. He's just like, okay, this line is mine. I see what Gustav is doing. I can like just close everything out in kind of the right order. Does Spirit Ashes pretty early. Like, that's one of the more contestable ones outside of that range. You could argue that going for Colossal Finger Creeper all the way was greedy as fuck, but whatever. It's like, but once you get up to that baseline, then it's just like getting ever so slightly faster at bosses, and like maybe picking up some extra tech here and there. But once that baseline has been achieved, it's all about like who reads the board in a given moment better, and like, I don't know. Like I feel like DLC, it's just like this huge barrier of entry. But once you get there, it's like it's both really fun, and like it's not there's not as much pressure to like like how to say, like you don't benefit as much from being like a Giga Master, perhaps. Learning the DLC felt like a chore. Yeah, no, I can see why you would say that. Yeah, like there's a lot of like when you're learning that much tech, it is a lot of like studying feeling. I can see. I think like you have to have the right mindset for that kind of thing. Like you have to enjoy learning tech, and like one of the things that you gotta want it, I think. Because, like, for example, one of the newer squares is the Craft Hefty Pot square. I don't know the tech for that square because I don't care. Like, I don't care to learn new DLC tech right now. Like, the format isn't my favorite, and like I have no dog in this game. I'm just here to help people practice, share my existing knowledge, and hopefully make some enjoyer viewers along the way. But like me knowing all the ins and outs of Craft Hefty Pots is not like all that important to me. And I imagine that like if you're like, I'm not really gonna win a season of Bingo Brawlers, I got a kid, you know, it's probably like I couldn't really be fucking asked to learn like this pile of nerd shit, you know. And like there's so much nerd shit for the DLC. There really is. Like I can definitely empathize with that. And that's just one damn square. You're the nerd that learns that shit? Yeah. I mean, again, if you are of a mind to learn the nerd shit and you enjoy it, the DLC is very rewarding in that regard. Like there's the if that is your jam, it's a really cool format to play. I think. I think the map in the DLC is like perfect for bingo. Again, I may not like this format as much as I liked the season 4 format. But like the way the map is constructed, like there's so many different ways the map can branch and like kind of have that linear but non-linear feel. In a way that kind of like bridges, like season 4 I think kind of splits the difference between what base game is now, which is like hyper non-linear, and the DLC now, which is hyper linear, because it's basically just like straight line Shadowkeep back section, straight line south on a lot of boards in the DLC right now. But DLC season 4, where there was more options of like how to go about the map, where there was more Elac River, more front side, that kind of thing. I that felt like a perfect way to play in bingo, because like there's all these different like speed considerations and options that you had available. Map progress was really powerful, but it wasn't the end all be all, because there was a lot of rush squares that you could like push your opponent into something super dangerous super quick, and if they were off fucking around in backside Shadowkeep, all of a sudden they're now pushed into like kill Bale or something. And that's really hard to do now. But I think the DLC, like the map and stuff, is just like really well structured for bingo, and I think like learning how to play bingo in the DLC is a lot of fun. Lost your last 6 matches that you played in the past few days? Uh-oh. Dude, we were on such a power arc. What happened? I still believe. I believe in Sirius. You just don't understand the DLC. People are crazy. What's the vibe though? Like like you say people are crazy and that you don't understand. What's the thing that you don't understand? Is it like this thing that we just saw of like the of like this? Like is this something that you're like, I don't fucking know? You played a match today, didn't feel like you made any mistakes, and still lost. Well, there were probably mistakes. Like, how did you lose? Was it one of these, like, shadow lines, or was it just... Oh, this was... I think Nike told me about this. Like, you did backside Shadowkeep, kind of traditional, and Nike just did something crazy elsewhere. Yeah, that's just how Nike plays, to be honest. I wouldn't sweat it too much. Nike is a unique little butterfly animal. He's hard to play against. I think if you want to have practice against like a blanks type figure, like Nike and blanks can play kind of similarly. Like they're very weird. like super aggressive and careless in weird ways that work out for them. Like they don't defend their prio, they invade other people's prio, they like avoid things that other people are really interested in and go cook somewhere else. Like that, I think Nike is good blanks practice. Like that, obviously they're not the same or anything in any regard. And blanks is by and large faster than Nike as well, but like the way their brains work is definitely, in terms of bingo, it's definitely different than like a Tom or I. Yeah, it ignored the best area in the game and never went there. Yeah, that's definitely a blanks and Nike thing to do. It's like, oh, I see exactly what you're going to do. Can I just like ignore that and beat you anyway? Like, I feel like they both enjoy enjoy fucking around with that kind of idea. But yeah, I think like if there was something to learn from that experience, it's like I don't know. I have not seen this game, but just like my vibe of the situation is like if you detect that somebody isn't going to your region of the map, don't overeat in your region. If you're like if you've done the secret right scroll Ansbach or whatever, and your opponent marked like two dragon hearts, like get out of back section and fight for some other stuff. Unless like the region of your map literally has enough squares for you to win the game, either via a line or for majority. Don't don't just sit in a comfortable place if you don't guaranteed have the win there. Like you do have to fight for other things if it's safe. So like go like leave Shadowkeep, fight for something in Shadow Altus or open up south or whatever. Keep an eye on his log if he's like all of a sudden going dark and being a skullduggerous motherfucker, then go back and defend your shit. But like that's typically the way to play against that kind of play style is don't just sit. Um, There's Skidoo 10, two base game bosses, Falling Star Beasts, Golden Braid, two meta squares, and a lot in Shadowkeep. But yet it wasn't enough to win. And Gaius Pants. Yeah, I mean there's probably an amount that you can claim before leaving. Like the of that list, and again, I haven't seen this game, but to me, like grabbing like Golden Braid and the two base game bosses combo with FSB, because like two base game bosses can be done elsewhere on the map, so like getting the square that he could steal away from you before leaving, but like kind of leave Gaius, I guess. Like the getting 10 Skidoo in terms of like this speeds me up or whatever, in my opinion, is overrated. I don't think it like killing Gaius just for juice like really speeds you up all that much in the game. So like for me that's what I would eye up. The just like the super fast like square in Golden Braid, and then the one that you need to defend from somebody going elsewhere. Like if they kill Deathrite Bird and Mariga or something, they would take that away from you. So claim the shared square, your fastest square, and then go open up something else if they're showing you other things, and then come back if they go dark unexpectedly. Yeah, I also think that in a way what Dionet's saying is kind of an interesting thing to think about. Like there's a lot of games where there's just a pile of squares in Shadowkeep, and like I've had a lot of games with Tom where like we're both eyeing it up, and you know it's a huge like 12-minute run or something before you can even start marking these squares, and one of us just decides to grab like an extra grace here, or do a shopping trip there or something, or grab some extra runes, and then gets sniped on the first square and then sniped on the second square and the third square, and it's like, well, this game wasn't very good because like one of us just did like one thing slightly too greedy in the early game that got us behind on a chain of snipes. So like I think, oh man, the formats, I mean I do think that the DLC is kind of spooky right now. Like there's that problem, there's the problem of people shadow prepping lines. It's a tough format to play right now, I think. Feels very volatile, I would say is the word. Volatile. But either way, I don't know if Gustav's still here, but GG's Gustav on a wonderful tournament. You were a joy to watch. I enjoyed particularly seeing your base game chops evolve over time, and the personality that you brought as well was was a lot of fun. Was happy to get to meet you through this and see your game. Also easier to close out a line in the DLC because more squares are gated behind progression than base game. Yeah, definitely. And also just like there are these lines of just like dog shit squares that are super easy to prep in the dark, but like otherwise don't feel very good. So like the reason I say dog shit as like an important factor is like when players don't know what to do, they're gonna grab squares that feel good. And the more dog shit a square is, the less likely that it's just like accidentally claimed along the way by somebody just like going about their business, doing whatever. That kind of thing. All right. Tom is looking for practice. Does he have an opponent? Blanks is doing solo practice. I feel like I would love to content steal some Tom and Blanks. I could also go play Tom. I could also continue working on the Bingo Club format and testing that out with people. Yo, thanks, Gustav. Yeah, no, that's like one of the coolest things about Bingo Brawlers. It's always like gathering in new people and building out the community and stuff. I really love this event. This event is amazing, and like especially giving people a shot. People like Grand Pooh Bear, didn't come from Bingo at all. Even though he didn't have like a great season or whatever. Like basically everybody in Bingo knows who he is and knows that he's a chill dude and stuff, and like, building connections that way, giving community players like Gray and I a shot in, and then like all these like new international players as well, getting them involved and stuff, like really, really cool. And yeah, also if anyone here watching has not like followed or checked out the other folks in the season, please, please, please do so. Very, very exciting people. You never know, especially like the Europeans and stuff who play in the morning and stuff. You're getting ready for work and like on the bus or whatever. Tune into stream in a language you don't understand and just watch it on the bus where it's noisy anyway. See what they're up to. You don't need to speak German in order to see Gustav going like wah, wah, yeah, and have a good time. Yeah, dude, Parky went crazy this season. I'm so gutted she didn't get a win. She really, really deserved it. She did a lot of work, and I really appreciate also because like in the past she said that she never wanted to come back for Bingo Brawlers because of the pressure that it puts her on and stuff. And like being able to overcome that and still give it your all, like that's a damn admirable quality. And I know she like reads comments and things on YouTube videos and stuff, and people out there be saying shit that's just like hurtful and malicious for no fucking reason. Like, it sucks that she has to go through that kind of bullshit. But I mean, really, again, props to her for powering through and still doing her best. You think my chat takes the bus? I don't know, dude. People take the bus. Like, I mean, maybe not. I guess like a lot of us are probably in the Americas, but not right now. Then right now, there's some European folks. Yeah, reading the comments. I know exactly. All right, let's go see. Maybe Tom is. Oh wait, Tom got Wander. What the hell? Hold on. Hold on. Is Wander live? Hold, please. Oh, fuck. Wander has a bunch of numbers in his name. Multi-Twitch. Narcoleptic Pizza Tim and Wander. What is it? Wander's not streaming. No. Hang on. Let's see. I might be able to make him. 652. Okay.
All the time.
Okay. Oh, look at Jack.
And-
Look
Hey,
at
guys.
Jack here.
Oh my gosh, is someone content
What you doing,
farming,
man? This is a
brother?
ranked match. Get out of here.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking to
Fine,
lose
you
my
can watch
elo
it.
points as
I'm
fast as
looking.
possible.
Nah, we're both gonna lose elo somehow.
Yeah, that's how that
For
works.
this one match. You like my name? We had this discussion already. Never mind. You ready, Wander?
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are, friend.
All right.
All right, let's
Start.
do it.
Oh,
Good
crap.
luck.
No, I
Oh,
can't.
No.
My board's not connected to the bingo.
Oh, it's not. I mean, it says you're here.
Well, let me restart the bingo app.
Okay. I'm gonna get water really quick then.
Yeah.
Good. That gives me time to invade everything that I need to invade.
What you invading?
Gotta get in the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you're not even in a team.
I just joined back up because it wasn't connected to my game. Jesus. Which I guess it doesn't matter
Okay, we're so bad.
on base game. I guess it didn't matter because it's on base game.
Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't really do anything, right?
No, it doesn't. So yeah, that was pointless. Well, we're fixed. So that's all that
hey,
matters.
we got there. Yep.
We got there.
All right, ready for real then?
Yup. Good luck.
Good luck.
Okay. All right. It's been a while since I just gotta like relax and cast and stuff. It's nice. Of course, Phoebe not sleeping in the camera range. There she be. Okay, what do we got? A 30. Ooh. 4 dropped ashes? That's crazy fast. Tom starred Crusader. Dupe. How strong is a dupe? Kayla Dragonbear with dupe. Gargs a little bit. So like Radon is kind of powerful. Malenia 65. Honestly, an early Malenia for like this stuff. The problem is getting it taken away from you by somebody who does Radon. Or at least like part of it taken away from you. Interesting. I should probably get names on screen actually because oh, actually you can kind of I can make this bigger. I mean, I don't really need the clock to be that big, but having the names bigger is kind of cool. Obviously, you guys know who NPT is, so Wander being on the right. Wander's been a part of Community Bingo for a long time, if folks don't know who Wander is. Has a very love-hate relationship with the game. As we all do sometimes. Tom's still not loaded in yet. Great stars for him. Okay, they both started the same class, it looks like. Nutella poster Tim. Yeah. All right. What are we eyeing up first? In the past, I've liked using Everjails as an upgrade square. You get your 1s and 2s and one of your 3s on the way to a Dawn. You can kill like one of the Everjails plus 0, which will give you the money for those upgrades. Then just finish on like Balls and the Crucible Knight. However, Dragonkin Soldier boss is just better. It's just like not in as nice of a spot, like the diagonal being nice. 4 seals is a lot, so that one's not super rushable. How do tree bosses look this game? Pretty mid. There's a few trees in Altus, or Altus bosses, but not spectacular. I don't really see a whole lot of other synergy. No, like, avatars or watchdogs or tree scent duo or whatever. I would say, by and large, a relatively painful board. I would not be surprised to see Tom do, like, an early Dragonkin Soldier and go for more or less max upgrades from there. Another option being the FSB for the belt bearings. I don't favor that square a ton, but where else are we getting our 6? Godskin Noble. We could just run into the tunnel. I guess you could do Old Altus, because Altus bosses is on the board. Okay. Wander eyeing up Gatefront. Also eyeing up Gatefront. Yeah, both Gatefront. Wander's skipping the... Oh, no, wait, no, he's running right at the Kukri. His game is so bright. He's got, like, no shadows on. Kind of jealous, to be honest. I wish my game were that bright. So much killing on this board, says a Tom Chatter. I do indeed agree. I do feel like 4 dropped ashes is so bloody fast. What would I do for that? My max brightness is still can't see shit. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a meme for me at some points, but just like going through like Mogwin or whatever, like, huh? Where? Where do rocks at? Give him a chance to rush Finger Slayer Blade. Damn. Also, Wander just got done with a base game tournament. It was in a 2v2 tournament in Bingo Club and is a newly crowned champion as well. So, no slouch. Straight to Haligtree. Meanwhile, Tom going and getting the 1s. Are you guys getting sounds from Wander's stream, by the way? I think you are. I just saw the levels go up. It's not loud, but... Yeah. I'll leave it on a little bit. I just like jacked it up to see. I actually don't want to listen to it that much. Keep it low. All right, Tom going for the Ashes of War makes a lot of sense. He's using the shield. That's a choice. Doesn't get wild strikes. Obviously very good for his great stars. This next one might actually be kind of hard to get. He's going to have to steer it away from the cliff and beat it down with his shield. Yo, hello again, Lily. Yeah, well, at least he has the stamina regen from the shield. Nice skip. Classic speedrunner skip. Okay, Phoebe. Okay, gotta keep it away from the edge. Oh! Oh! Did he get the quit out in time? Nope. It doesn't really matter all that much. But I did call it that one was going to be tricky. Looks like he's going for determination. Actually checking the greatsword. In the game where he has great stars is the game where he's checking greatsword chest. What the fuck? That's very surprising. I feel like if you already do have, like, wild strikes, like, with great stars, there's not a whole lot of reasons to, like, that's just one of the best. Hi, Phoebe. Hello. Okay, you want to come up a little bit? Fine. Don't eat my headphones. Hi, Edward. Maybe for Godskin Noble. That's a fair shout. We did just see how bad that damage is. Also, it's got status. Determination. Going for Unsheath as well, it looks like. Oh my lord, dog. You're gonna fall and hurt yourself. Please. You know, sometimes... Brother, please. Yes, this is why we have this emote, by the way. What am I supposed to do? What is this? What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Alright, so Wander being the one to eye up Dragonkin Soldier first, potentially. Tom still working through his dropped ashes, presumably just ported to Altus at the fast one. No, he's going to Kaled. This one is probably going to be a bitch and a half to kill with the shield, if I'm being honest. I think I'm just stuck like this for a while. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute. You ready to get down yet, Phoebe? Jesus Christ. Alright. Oh, God. Does get the square. Took a hot minute, but not a huge deal. Actually took more than a hot minute. It's already minute 8. Like, Wander could have already had like an almost maxed out weapon. I mean, he is going for a what kind of looks like a AFK 12 approach, I guess. Did he grab the Grace in Worshipper Woods or whatever the fuck it's called? Has she lost any of her teeth yet? Yeah, she's lost basically all of them, I think. Basically all of them. No more puppy daggers. No more puppy daggers. Exercise break. Oh, Jesus. All right. You want exercise break? Here we go. Yes, yes, yes. All right, Tom going for Halley Tree now. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Wait. They're on backwards. What did Wonder for? Oh, we forgot the smithing ones. We do, in fact, be streaking. Hi, baby. Oh my god. Nearly out of water. I do think at 4, I mean, it did take Tom like kind of a goofy amount of time to kill those scarabs with the shield, but at 4, I think that dropped Ashes of War square can be kind of an upgrade square, because Tom did get some of his stones along the way. So that's pretty good for him. So now the big question is who gets the Dragonkin Soldier boss first. I don't believe Tom went to the Lake of Rot just yet. One thing that drives me crazy, by the way, is that Tom has like this little area here above his runes that's just like capturing whatever is down here in the other corner. It's like, brother, just trim it down just a little bit. Like, why? I think Wander's gonna get Dragonkin. I think. We'll see though. He's got a lot of upgrade fidgeting to do still. Tom is going to do some upgrading before going for this, though. They're going to do Melania before Dragonkin Soldier. Ooh, 30 Faith. Wander going back to Halley Tree roots. What did he forget? Oh, he's just going for Melania. He's just not even bothering with the Dragonkin. Is that enough strength? I feel like he needs... Oh no, this is Great Stars, not Omen Killer. Well, I will say, every square that I have starred, both players are rushing. So, I may know something, a little bit of something about the base game. I may know my shit. Stop biting my cords. Oh my god, she farted. Oh! She has like weirdly fishy smelling farts. That's very gross. It's not dinner time yet. Settle down a little bit. Phoebe, settle down. Settle down. Alright. He's also got enough endurance to have the turtle shield on, which is pretty cool for him. It is mid-load, which is impressive. What a dodge, by the way. What a dodge on that move. Gets the stagger. May get another bleed proc in this phase. Good cancel on the strafe. There's the bleed. Maybe do another stagger soon. His first square was hitless Melania in the recent finals. What a dude. Tom missing the riposte on the Dragonkin. Wander keeping poise up on Melania with the Kukri. Tom took off some armor. Was he fat, or is he trying to get light load? Nice try on that. Still hitless on this here Melania. Big charged attack. A little careful with stamina. Regens nicely. Another stagger. Gotta start being careful of waterfowl and the clone move. Tom dies to the Dragonkin soldier. What? Here comes the waterfowl. Gets the circle. Nicely done. Clean. Ooh, that was greedy. The bleed woke her up from the stagger as well. That was a little greedy or something. A little low on stamina. Okay, this is a nice opportunity to reset, get his healing off, throw some more kukri, keep up the poise, and the bleed. Out of stam. Nice job not going for a charged attack there. Another stagger. Oh, tried to go for the butthole bandit. Another waterfowl. Very calmly gets the runaround. Nicely done. Does make that look easy. Dragonkin soldier for Tom. Ooh, gets clipped a little bit. The spacing was a little off. Now we got a clone move. How's the dodge look on mid-load? Nicely done. Ooh, Jesus. The mid-load's scaring me a little bit. Roll through. That should do it. GG's, Mr. Wander. Don't forget to foot. He doesn't.
The mark of a true lord.
The song request queue. It is, yeah, it's not supposed to be there. It's been open a lot lately. I've been far too generous. The nice thing about the dupe and the rune level 65 is it also blocks out all the diagonals. Wander holding the dupe for some time. Looking to open up Radon. Could be potentially interested in this row 5 a little bit. Could go, like, progress the Kayla Dragon Barrow bosses. He's doing O'Neal right now, in fact. So yeah, he is eyeing up this row 5 a little bit. Get some Kayla Dragon Barrow bosses, dupe his Remembrance, and then he's ahead on Crusader with just, like, the better weapon setup. It's a stagger. Nicely done. Iframes avoid the Axemen. Tom progressing Liurnia. That, by the way, was a 1645 Melania. For those curious. What is Tom checking? Oh, you're getting a Stone Sword key. Ah, Tom sees the row 5. Nicely done. Going for the Crusader. It is a nice, like, shared block between the rune level 65 and Melania herself. The problem is he didn't really give enough time for Wander to do this square. If Wander was eyeing this up next, Wander has shown Tom absolutely nothing. So it's a little dangerous for Tom to be running at this right now. He could potentially be walking into a snipe. I almost feel like Wander's trying to take away Tom's good upgrade route through the game, but maybe he's also just, like, trying to synergize these Kayla Dragon Barrel bosses. But something that good players do is if they think their opponent is under-upgraded and they are over-upgraded, taking the squares that get their opponent's stones away from them. So like even though Wander doesn't use this Somber 6 at all, Tom could potentially want it. Nice skip, by the way. Has a Rot Grease. Doesn't grab the Dragon Grease. Probably doesn't matter. I think the only dragon that we'd be killing this game would be like Xex or something. For another Caleb boss, but yeah, probably not. Big stagger off the rip. No wild strikes. Does get vacuumed into the riposte. Having the stamina regen from the shield is really nice. It's not like a ton, but this is a very stamina-intensive weapon. There was a boss there. Yo! What up, England? Thank you, thank you, thank you! What is that? Whenever you do this, I'm like, what is this emote? Just Obi-Wan chillin'. Oh, God. Onto the Deathrite Bird. Tom in the Crusader fight. Not going for the light load. Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Ondor. There's no way that he would be doing that. Once again, there was a boss there, Tom. Nice rolls. Rolls through the double slash. He's not very highly upgraded. You can tell by the damage. That was the frost proc, I think. Then the bleed. I think he's plus 12, maybe? I don't recall seeing him get a 6 or any 5s. Still having a very nice fight. Very low vigor though. He gets one shot by like everything that isn't a oh, yeah. Cursed him indeed. Yeah, gets one shot by anything that isn't like the Scream. Like the Scream is only just a little bit of chip damage. Pretty cooperative Night Scav from Wander. It just like didn't really stall. He's him. Did something eat his jump? It looked short. I mean, you can't like jump backwards very fast. He may have like hockey stopped or something. Into a, well, no. I just don't like, because he's locked on, right? He can't just like jump backwards very easily. Yo, Mono, what up? All right, there's the Kayla Dragon Barrel bosses from Wander, and he is on his way to the Misbegotten fight. Tom doing the Kukri strat, so he can get a free grease and then a sneak attack. Also gets his runes safely, which could be nice. Only 3k though, not a big deal. But Wander's coming. Tom certainly has enough time. It's just like whether, ooh, can't get the riposte to do the like goofy high ground. But he needs to not die again. Jeez, he's kind of close. Okay, we're fine. I really hate the rolling R1 on the hammers. It's just like, it's such bad range. Also feels kind of slow. Really dislike that attack. Okay, gets the roll. Whoa, nicely timed. His stamina was at like basically none as well. Gets another stagger. He's gotten both procs, so the damage is going to slow down a bit. I say as he gets the proc. Rolls through the double slash. Nice micro staggers. And that'll do it. Nicely done from Tom. Now, this could also trick Wander into thinking that Tom is more upgraded than he is, because there was a 8-minute gap between Dragonkin Soldier and Crusader, and also a 5-minute gap between 30 Faith and Dragonkin Soldier. Now, we know there were 2 deaths involved in all that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Wander thinks that this is a more upgraded weapon than it actually is. Tom now chasing on Somberstone Bellbearing. Very interesting. I think it would be pretty reasonable to assume that Wander lost a lot of money to the Mog. Oh no, poor level 65 boy. What will he do? What will he do without his money? But this is a really nice choice from Wander here. Like, Tom is going to get his 6, which is nice for him, or his, like, 6 upgrade level, but Wander will snipe him on the square. And then we've got a column 1 that's not ideal. One Red Wolf isn't too bad. 3 Everjails promote Liurnia. Staves promote Liurnia. Promotes Shiburi Grapes. So yeah, I think, like, the Red Wolf block on the row, or the column 1, is not going to be all that bad. So we'll see if Wander maybe looks to contest on the Red Wolf, or contest the Liurnia idea. He's still sitting on the dupe, so that top left diagonal is still uncovered, despite him having all the progress on that. Oh, he getting bullied. Tom grabs the Dragon Wound Grease. Yeah, there's nothing else that this square promotes from Tom, so this is just going to be a full snipe. Again, the upgrade level will be nice, but this is a really nice play from Wander, recognizing that Tom is I mean, I guess he's thinking that Tom still like maybe he did make the read that Tom is fully upgraded, or is not fully upgraded and now wants to upgrade. Like the Misbegotten Crusader was slow enough that maybe he's just like he was in the fight for that long. This is also not going super fast. We saw Wander just demolish this guy. In fact, Wander's going to mark this square before Tom is done with the fight, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, whiffs the jump attack on the head. That's a bummer. Okay, gets the stagger. Some wild strikes. I don't think Wander even needs to, like, do the poise damage to these guys. I think just, like, R1ing them is faster. Okay, there goes the mark on Tom's screen. Looking to pivot now. Knows he's now behind also on Alta's bosses. Lines quickly evaporating from Tom. Wander back in roundtable hold, potentially eyeing up some more Stone Sword keys. Excuse me. Also just checking the weapons. Dahugaku. Did you just buy a twin blade? Maybe a twin blade. Yo, what up, drink time? Back to Alta's Plateau. Could do Godfrey, as Mitch would say, for an Alta's boss Everjail. Going up to potentially the Treecent Duo and Omen Killer for a little bit of synergy up here. I gotta unstar those squares that I marked. By the way, I was like, what, 5 for 5 on the first squares marked with my stars? Pretty good. Pretty good. Hydrate. I'm actually... Okay, I've got one more swig left. Went through a lot of water already. Between match review and the current yapping. Tom eyeing up Academy for Noble. He does love going this way. Or also Red Wolf. I mean, this makes a lot of sense. I think on a lot of boards, going through Academy to get to Volcano Manor is not ideal. I see Tom and others do it in situations that I would not be super interested in doing that. But who the fuck am I to question? Very clean Academy skip. Wander doing a little bit of the milk and spray. A little bit of Caleb Boss with Somberstone Bellbearing, a little bit of Altus Boss with Omen Killers and potentially Tree Bosses. Maybe not as spray-y as we've seen other people do, but still more I would say not doing the spray, more going for like synergy, just like more hard and firm synergy. The biggest power difference right now is that Tom has Wild Strikes where Wander does not. So Wander just has to do these R1 chains. Does he go for more damage here? He does. Doesn't happen to get hit by any of the little light beams. Absolutely gaming. Yeah, that's what Godfrey says, right? In the cutscene. Hard and firm. Why is and an emote? You know the answer to that. Unlike me in the DLC yesterday, did I play in the DLC yesterday? I thought I just tested the format. What else did I do? What was yesterday? Or were you saying, like, with Gray's bullshit? Oh, when I died doing the skip down to Rakshasa? Alright, Phoebe's rung the bell like 6 fucking times. Is there any info regarding the Sweat and Gray tiebreaker? The bracket is set, so I don't know what logic Dom used between like them for the tiebreaker or whatever, but the bracket is set. You can look at it on the www.bingobrawlers.com bracket. All right, I'm gonna take the dog out. It will not take very long at all. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the game. Be right back. I always think it's very funny to say, like, the dog is ringing the bell. she had, like, I have her, I don't know if I have her trained or if she has me trained, but there is, like, a little dangly bell thing that she can ring to let me know she wants to go outside. Which, you know, is supposed to be there for potty purposes, not for, I'm bored, take me outside, Dad. Okay, Wander closed on the Omen Killer bosses. Now working on more Altus bosses with the Tree Sentinel. Tom currently in chase mode. Too smart for their own good? Yes, I agree. Better than piss on the floor? You're 1000% correct. We've had no more piss on the floor incidences. I think she's fully potty trained at this point. Nice little duck under these attacks. Be clean. The Gargan Altus does not have a boss health bar. Could entertain doing the Gelmir Tree Spirits for another tree boss. Could potentially still do Noble if he was interested. I like the idea of God of Fla, though. I think that one makes a lot of sense for the Everjails. Currently not going for any of that, though. What are we doing this direction? I don't really see a whole lot this way, to be honest. What is happening? Had random reversions drink time? Yeah, we'll see. I feel like I already went through that because I thought that she was potty trained and then started pissing in the house like kind of a lot, and now she's kind of back to it. So hopefully I already went through that bit. DTS. I mean, I guess there's not a whole lot of capital, to be honest. It's just Morgoth's Great Rune. And like maybe the Capital Garg. This is kind of the first thing from Wander that I have a bit of a question mark on, I would say. There is a seal in there, I guess. Painting? I suppose. The other paintings are pretty better, though. Phoebe, you do not need to go out again. Stop ringing the bell. I would also like to see Wander close on Dupe at some point soon. Although, again, without a whole lot in the capital, there's, like, maybe isn't a huge reason to expect Tom to go kill a Remembrance. Phoebe, you do not need to go out. Stop ringing the bell. In turkey. Again? Fuck. Oh, Wander got tagged by something pretty good. Okay, another Altus boss dead, I guess. Tom getting Crucible Knighted. What? Simmer down. Where did all this energy come from? We were outside like all day. Yo, what up, Hamster Bob? Dude, something about my hair is like really annoying today. It's very fluffy. Someone redeems dog mauls Jack while he does some push-ups? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I know. This is your food thing. It's not a toy, really. Feel free to lick it, I guess. Alright. Tom is catching up. He's doing what Tom does well. He's doing a good job. When is the Bingo Brawlers website going to be updated? I believe it is. I was able to check the brackets. We did that towards the start of the stream. The schedule and brackets look to be up to date as far as I can tell. The group standings are not in shambles. Everything was resolved peaceably. Should be doing another stagger here pretty soon. Like one jumping R2, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so this is Altus bosses. Does do Godefroy after the Everjails is already gone. Yeah, it would have only been updated recently because the match just ended a few hours ago, so. Okay, other than, I believe, column 5, Wander is in majority. Eyeing up potentially staves, potentially painting reward progress. Tom now going for Radon, it looks like. Potentially eyeing up stealing the dupe. I guess Wander could be headed towards the dupe from this way. Doing the weeping dupe. Yeah, he did pair a lot of the same countries, didn't he? I think there's like one other where the countries paired, no? Or are all the other countries split as far as who made it through? Serbia split. Germany split. France split. USA and Canada both went through. Am I missing one? I feel like yes. Australia split. Did I already say that one? Damn. Dude, Wander's just got Tom's number this game. He, like, knows exactly what he's gonna go do and just, like, beats him to it. No dupe for the Thomas. Still available bow only on Godric. Yeah, Tom into the mountain toss. Dude, he's gonna be pissed, actually. Are we sure it's Tom? That line was too wide. Holy shit. This is the problem with being on top. Like, as soon as you do anything slightly clunky, people are, like, super toxic about it. Could be going down, yeah. Damn, this is also like a max level snipe too. Like Tom's like all the way down here. Oh, dies on the skip with all of his Radon money. Oh my god. I was watching shit. Say, what did you say? Has anyone told you? Dude, I actually ignored that, didn't I? Hey Jack, has anyone told you you look handsome today? It's because I was in the middle of saying something and he knew that I'd be too busy to read it and was like, I'm gonna get him this time. I say. Yeah, that's right, Psyop. All right, Tom glumly grabs his money and dies again. Oh no! Oh my god! I kind of want to unmute his stream. I'm curious to see how hard he's crashing out. He's not saying anything. He said that's lame? Okay. He sounds kind of calm. Why does something tell me that if it was me beating him, he'd be pissed? But because it's Wander, he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Wanderer heading towards the Garank. Gonna go kill a Tibia to get access to a Death Root for a seal as well. Very nice. A true champion unlike me? Bro, I beat Tom in a... What do you mean? Because of the bingo with cheats incident? Nah, just in general. I'm his little brother. I'm older than him. Yeah, this isn't match review. This is a live match. We did match review earlier. We're done. Physically older, mentally. Yeah, no, you're 100% correct on that one. Your little brother's 2 years older than you. He's still your little brother. Won't pretend to understand that dynamic. Physically and mentally younger. Yeah. You also, like, look younger than you are as well, so it's even worse. Hence the name. Turn 35 in 2 weeks? Holy shit! Psyop's older than I am. Hell yeah. Drink is the epitome of Gen Z. I don't know about that. I feel like Nike is surely more Gen Zer than Drink Time is. To the Garank fight. I assume he already got the seal. It's getting kind of blasted. To a stagger, so give him a chance to heal. Got Ben Gay prepared. I was doing some yard work today, and I can tell my back is like dangerously close to being on the fritz. This is a live match, Lyneth. It's a live match. We did the match review earlier in the stream because one of the games was a bit of a blowout, so we didn't have a whole lot to talk about for that one, so it didn't last terribly long. But yeah, this is Tom versus Wander. Wander being a very, very good, talented community bingo player. As you can see by him being up 8-6 against Tom. Bit of a beast. Go to the gym? With what time? I'm busy. Also not in, like, bad shape or anything. It's just I was, it's not like I was doing anything pathetic to, like, nearly throw my back out. I'm trying to bury, some, like, treated posts that have, like, the big concrete bases. So, like, dig a hole, put the concrete post in with, like, the concrete base in with the big post, and, like, get it in there, like, put in the stuff, and then, like, doing it alone. These things probably weigh like, I don't know, they're very heavy. Matrix, you don't you don't even know shit. I've been literally making shit for Bingo Club. What do you mean? Yeah, no, so the posts were in, like, I secured them to the concrete bases before burying them because, like, they've been here for a while. I didn't bury them at first because I wasn't sure where I wanted them. So I secured them to the concrete bases and they just, like, sat there, like, on the ground by the deck, like, in order to hang up some lights and stuff. But then when I had to replace the deck, I had to move them out of the way. And then because now the deck is done and I don't have to worry about replacing it anymore, I was like, okay, now it's time to bury them. But there was a good while where they were just freestanding on the ground. The posts are for lights so that I can keep track of the dog at night when she's pissing and shitting and whatnot. I'm not in the complete darkness. Alright, Tom was also headed for Garank. Bummer. He'll be in the vicinity of BBK. Tom cannot catch a break, though. He's having a really hard time getting out from under Wander's thumb this game. You decided to replay DS 1, 2, and 3, and your character is an homage to me? How so? It's Pepe Queeline. That's pretty cool, actually. What do I think of the current position and action of Wander? I mean, he's staying very oppressive on Tom's game plan. That's just been very good this whole time. He's pursuing to, or he's moving to continue pushing out lines that he has access to and claiming fast squares along the way. Like, Garank was progress towards another seal, gets him a grace for a BBK and stuff, and just like a fast one-off square. So, very, very nice there. And then he's kind of pushing this tree bosses along with the seals to continue to build out the row 1. They're like, for the most part, none of these threats are going to materialize into anything, but it takes away Tom's options for blocking and moving into majority and potentially causes him to do crappier squares. That being said, Shibiri Grapes and Paintings aren't like any more crappy than Tree Bosses and Seals. It's just that Wander already has some progress towards Tree Bosses and Seals, so closing those out in a relatively timely manner is desirable, I would say. So, I quite like his square selection. I do think with, like, how mid tree bosses are on this board, it honestly wouldn't have been, like, the craziest idea to go do the Glovewort Bellbearing 2 Tree Spirit, but also just, like, who wants to do that anyway? I think if you were playing... Nah. It's like, I was gonna say if you were playing, like, optimally as far as, like, synergy goes, but, like, realistically, you're probably not marking this square that game. Just as, like, you're not in a position where, like, if Wander plays his cards right, there's going to be squares left unmarked on the board after the game ends. So, like, trying to avoid doing time sink squares. So I'm working on his last staff. Will, or no, he's splitting a little bit. I think Tom really does want to win those staves because that column 5 gets, like, more and more annoying as time goes on. If Wander got staves and paintings, for instance, all of a sudden the block for Tom on the column is very bad. Was Melania first try hitless? Yeah. Well, yeah, no, not hitless, but it was a first try. Phoebe, shut the fuck up! Jesus, stop ringing the bells and squeaking and things. You're fine. We'll get you food soon. Yeah, Wander's streaming on Discord, not on Twitch. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Tom is on top of him for some reason. Oh, that's right, because I was fidgeting with the volume. That's my bad. Wander eyeing up bow only now, except running the wrong way. Tom may or may not be ahead on... Did Wander kill Margit while that was happening? I feel like I saw somebody killing Margit. at some point. Posture check. Ugh. So once again, still sitting on top of Tom's neck this game. That's crazy. People in Tom's chat are like confused. I don't think Tom's confused. I don't know why we're playing fetch with your Kong. It's not really a toy, but sure. It's literally a food receptacle, but whatever. Seals and a painting in here? That's true. That is most definitely true. Wander not going for the seal, but is looking towards the painting. Maybe just grabbing the grace and come back for whatever he wishes later. Nah, grabs the painting. I think it's probably easier to grab this the first time through because you don't aggro the omen, so you can actually get out of this room. Wander, you have a +10 weapon, just smack him. If you can throw it, it's a toy. Yeah, I mean, you'd see her, like, licking the insides of it, because there's food in there. Tom's also gonna get sniped in the sense of losing his stone sword keys as well, which sucks. Investing a lot of both time and resources into the square. Arbalest from Wander. Probably not the one that you would love to see, but whatever. I thought he had a different bow as well. What are you squeaking about? What is it? Just... God. Wow. Was that a headshot? That did a lot of damage. Gets absolutely blasted. Did Wander ever put his +1 in his flask? That flask is not doing a lot of healing, but it's probably just that his health bar is that big. But Tom going for his last staff. He's getting a little suspicious on the block. Wants to be sure that he gets that. Dog ass on screen. Wah! Hi. Alright, the rod is applied. And that's my entire fist that you are eating. Like, why? Damn it, Wander. I'm being stepped on. Fourth seal from Tom. It's nice at least. Wanderer does get sniped on it, but doesn't lose his stone sword key, so still has that, if that's relevant for later. I don't think it is, based on this board. Trying to figure out what to go next. Eyeing up Godskin Noble. This is a dangerous prospect, because hypothetically that seal could have been the seal in Volcano Manor. I think he realizes that and is pivoting. Doesn't want to get sniped on that. Instead, looking like he's thinking about paintings. No, pivoting again. No, going for the paintings. Ass scratches. Is this the Airbud remake they keep talking about? Oh, God. Tom is, in fact, eyeing up Godskin Noble. Where were Tom's seals? Because he didn't go manor for one of the seals, right? Did he give Garank a death root? Oh, that is interesting. Celia is good. Okay, he did Garank. Garank, Roundtable Holds, Stormvale, Altus. That was probably one that Wander could have got, the seals, I think. That was probably one that he maybe shouldn't have let slip away. Again, I think Tom had, like, Stone Cold Zero tree bosses. It's possible that Wander overcommitted to that one in particular. I remember thinking at the time, like, is there more synergy we can get out of this tree bosses square? That being said, Wander's ahead on Morgoth's Great Rune. They're like equal, I think, on Fingerslayer Blade. Brew Grapes are in Tom's favor. Wander's currently ahead on Paintings now. So like really, Paintings, Fingerslayer, Morgoth's could be Wander's way to win, get to 13 with kind of like the Gargoyles as a flex. Ooh, nearly fucks up the skip from Tom. Nice save. Wander has killed Radon. Oh, no, wait, no, he hasn't. What the fuck? Why was I thinking he had killed Radon? Oh, that's right. I thought he was going to do it for Caleb bosses and then didn't. Yeah. Yeah, the game's actually closer than it might appear to be, potentially. Because of that. I thought Wander had Redonded. He's still ahead on Morgoth's Great Rune, so Wander really just needs to get to 12 squares. Wander's also not a late game splitter. He may, like, I say this based on some, like, prior experience with Wander. He may play against Tom differently because he wants to win. Rather than just, like, not giving as much of a shit. Big jump attack stagger for Tom. Nice roll on the Noble Presence. Charge attack punish here should just about do it. Wander now knows that he was correct to not go for Noble. I don't think he would have gotten it before Tom. Theory, you could do Paintings, Hyeta, then Capital. Yeah, he could. Tom does have Mortal Urnia, so he might be a little scared to do Grapes. Tom is prepping the Underground, though, it looks like. Not opting for Paintings. Wander will get these Paintings very, very quickly. He's only got one more to go, and he's already got the Grace for it, so this is basically going to get marked right now. There's an argument, I think, for Wander not doing this right now. In fact, I would even go so far as to call this a mistake. I think grabbing like a little bit of progress to your next thing here would be called for, because Tom just marked 2 squares in a row. And at that point, you have to assume that he's kind of starting to run out of prio. Neither of them have done any Gargs, I don't believe. Wander's going to try and do Gargs without going Underground. This is interesting. You can do this with what he's got. So he can kill the Garg on the way to the capital, looking to spend his money, and then kill this BBK, and then kill the Garg in the capital on the way to Morgoth's Great Runes. So he might be planning on that as his way to get to 13. The problem is Tom probably kills Valiant Gargs and BBK first. Maybe. It's kind of close. I think it's really close, actually. I don't know who's gonna have this. Ooh, gets tagged. Interesting. Has to heal up with his... Okay, they're slightly better flasks now. He must have gotten another seed somewhere. Some pretty dangerous dodges. Nicely done, though. It's a stagger. Misses the headshot. Yeah, well... Hypothetically, he's doing the wrong Garg first, because he already has DTS dead, so, like, it's not... Like, the rest of the Gargs aren't, like, in the same, like, load, essentially. Because he does have to warp to Outer Wall Phantom Tree to get the one there, and then he has to also progress the capital from post-DTS. So, like, really, the first Garg to get would probably be the one on the way to Goldfree. Yeah, he's all prepped for the other Gargs, essentially. Ooh, nice blind dodge. He tried to lock onto BBK, but accidentally locked onto something in the back, but gets the dodge just based on muscle memory and gets the stagger. Yeah, you can see his graces there. He's past ETS, and then he has this grace. Meanwhile, Tom moving into the Mimic tier fight. It's going pretty fast for Wander, but Capital is a bit of a jog still. It might depend on... if he knows Slash fucks up some skips. I guess Tom still has to kill BBK, probably. Very smooth strafes. Good movement. Big stagger. Gets the headshot this time. Not able to get the riposte. A little bit of terrain memes out of stamina. The Garg is in a really weird spot right now. Nice confidence of motion. Very fast fight. Omen Killer Cleaver, holy schmoly. And Tom is just now through Mimic tier. I mean, if Tom has a very fast Gargs fight... Tom has upgraded to more or less max, right? I mean, yeah, this Garg can be a little trolly in this arena. I've seen people die to it. I've seen... Oh, he's going for a capital skip of some kind. He's got a shield out. Not grabbing the magic grease. It's not the best grease, but it would be good against a gargoyle. Wander unattuned as well. Angry Fist. I'm sure he's got like a boatload of strength. Oh yeah, Tom also has to grab this Grace for Finger Slayer Blade. There's no, like, guarantee or any, like, info that Wander might be doing Gargs, so Tom, like, not incentivized to just rush for the Aqueduct facing Close Grace. Here we go for the capital skip. We're gonna free ball it. We fuck it up. But no death. And now we gotta quit out. The problem with Goldfree is it's, like, weird to find a time to grease, but yeah, I like it for Goldfree as well. I just always forget. I grab it and then forget to use it. Trying again. It's all time for Tom. Tom is not sending Gargs. Okay. This probably is GG's. There we go. I'm getting the Glintstone Wet Blade. My man. Pretty tough against opponent at 11 pursuing a double square, but... Okay, I thought he was going to kill Renala for his capital. Presumably... Is Godfrey... Is Godric faster? Yes. He's got the grace for it. It's so crazy how like Renal is still that slow, even though he's like in academy, like right there. And Tom's splitting some grapes. The thing is, like, Tom's strategy in the late game is never really going to beat Wander's strategy, I think. Like, if Wander has this kind of lead. Because Wander just runs at squares. He doesn't really split. And Tom, like, needs him to split. But Wander just won't do it. Tom just had to full send shit and guess correctly. Strictly speaking, there's only one capital square. And Tom doesn't need it? Yes, that's true. But I do think that you could recognize that you could do gargoyles in the capital, and that it would be potentially the square. Like, if you're trying to think about, like, can Wander get a double square this game? Capital's the only way. I guess, like, Finger Slayer and Capital are both the only way, but, like, both of them involve Gargs. They both involve Gargs. So, I think Gargs is kind of a must-grab when your opponent's at 11. And he is back in Noxtella. The problem is Wander is here. I guess there is a world, maybe, where this Garg, like, falls off the cliff and Wander locks himself out or something. Yeah, Wander is definitely a C square do square type of guy. At least in the late game. In the mid game, maybe he'll do a bit more splitting and stuff. And that'll do it. And now we're miles ahead on Morgoth's Great Rune. I want to hear if Tom says something. Alright, Tom knows. Wander is indeed pretty good, Mega Soybean. I wonder why his Omen Killer Cleaver out. I wonder which one's actually better for gold free. Anyone know what language this is, this song? Yeah, I unmuted him for that, for that, Renciador. Or, Gerenciador. Looks like Finnish. Where's my son Tukisu at? At least I'm not losing to... Did he actually say that? Because I did remute him, I don't... Could be Swedish as well. Nah, you didn't. Okay. Some northern nonsense. Damn. Toxic. All right, I think while Wander is cleaning up this square, there's not like much for me to commentate on, so I'm gonna feed Phoebe real quick. Feed the dog. No dog. Sit. Sit. Okay, go ahead. Also gonna fill up the water.
You are unprevented the thorn, a husk the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide you.
Also, I know this is the type of people who probably aren't going to type to answer this question, but I'm curious if there are any of you out there who are like watching this while doing other shit. I was trying to do a little bit more talking through what's actively going on this game, and I'm trying to get better at like doing that more consistently. I'm wondering if that is appreciated, because I know that when I'm watching streams in my spare time, I'm usually kind of like doing other shit, and when the either player or commentator or whatever is like talking through what's going on, it allows me to like look away and do other things while still keeping informed about what's actually going on. Yes, do appreciate? Hell yeah. I'll be working on that, both in my own games, like as I'm playing, and when I'm doing commentary. Yeah, I was kind of thinking. Yeah, alright. Message received bigly. And thank you for responding as well. Feedback is definitely, like, how we learn and grow. You like the commentary on your first playthrough? Holy shit. I feel like I knew that. Or wait, hang on. My overlay doesn't say if somebody's a first-time chatter or something. No, I feel like you mentioned that before. Red Eye. Can't always tell what they're doing when they're just writing torrent. Yeah. Yeah, I can do better. I feel like I definitely just like noticed like the other day when I was just like doing something with the dog. Had a stream on in the back, and basically somebody's just, like, narrating what they're doing and stuff, and I was just like, this is awesome. Like, I don't need to, like, 100% watch this, and I know what's going on. Yeah. Message received. Not gonna lie, just here for the soothing voice. Really? My soothing voice? I'm so happy to hear you say that. Watching Bingo during your first playthrough is crazy. That is kind of crazy. You were the guy, I think, that said that I was like, by the way, if you don't want spoilers, get the fuck out of here, because, like, there will be spoilers abound, and you were like, nah, that's fine, I don't really care. Alright, Wander in the Fell Twins fight. Absolutely enormous fucking damage. Jesus Christ. Completely bullied them with the poise of this Omen Killer Cleaver. By the way, totally based for switching, because this thing's just better than Great Stars. Fight me. God damn. Perma staggers, keeping them absolutely stun locked. They've barely gotten the chance to do anything to him. And through the Fell Twins. I would honestly like to see somebody try to do the Fell Twins at like a lower upgrade where they're like harder to abuse and stuff. And like, this is kind of why bonk weapons are so meta for Bingo. Is like, there's so many, especially in the base game, there's so many fights that you just get to like poise abuse your opponent through. That like, I wish we saw more dex weapons and stuff, just like to deal with like random shit. Gino was good at explaining what he was doing. I never really watched much Gino. But I know he does, like, very, very well with audiences and stuff. It's possible I should just, like, tune in for a learning experience, just to, like, see what I can do better. You played the DLC after watching Season 4, and it probably halved the time that you needed for bosses. I mean, it depends on whether you like grinding bosses or not, right? Like, if you enjoy grinding bosses... Like, I kind of enjoy the process of learning a boss. Like the first time I tried to do Melania without summons, I like kept a death counter for myself. I wasn't even like streaming or anything. I just like literally had a tally on like a paper just to count how many times I died while learning it. If anyone watches MTG content, Luis Scott Vargas is the pinnacle of narrating what's happening and being able to follow. I haven't watched a lot of Luis, but I have watched a lot of other players, and I do like it when they talk through what's going on.
Good game.
Good game. Good game. Oh, what was your
I made some mistakes.
Oh, okay. What happened?
I was being really cheeky at the start. I was killing scarabs with my turtle shield.
Okay, yeah, that's fairly cheeky.
And one fell off the
ADEF
map,
as well.
so I couldn't count it. So I wasted time getting
Oh
another one.
no way.
I died to Dragonkin like a dummy.
Oh, happens.
I feel like that it's funny because I feel like that was all okay. Like if I chose to finish painting rewards, and if I
Tom's in
did
such a good mood.
dupe before ever jails,
When he loses to me, he's pissed. What the hell, man?
Yeah, a dupe was a scary because I knew I had to hang on to it long enough to like hurt you, but like couldn't hang on to it too long because like obviously you have some prio with Melania, but like remembrances are getting done on this board between Finger Slayer Blade and Morgoth's Great Rune and
Yeah.
all of that fun stuff. There's gonna be a remembrance going down. Caleb Dragon.
I mean, he's known
Barrel
Wander
bosses.
longer than he's known me.
So
Yeah.
I knew I
think-
was kind of like playing with fire with it, but
Everybody
kinda
is pissed
felt like
at
I
me.
needed to
What?
make it hurt
Surely
when
that's
I
not
was gonna
true.
get it.
Sure. Yeah. I also died to Crusader once because the game, it was weird. I was blocking, but it didn't give me the jump where I like block and I can go far from the jump. Like it was a baby jump, and it was, of course, the swiping back and forth attack so I can get the space for it.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I was in the cave, so you actually made me waste time going for it by dying there.
Yeah.
That does
Well, you
make me
killed
feel
4
better. You're right,
or
Wander.
Caleb bosses before that, so
True. No, good point. Yeah, that was. I know Melania is kind of a meme for Square, but it's also kind of not a meme for Square because when you're running around with
It
a plus
wasn't.
25 great stars with 35
What?
strength, it's nuts.
I just
and you get
didn't
2 squares
want.
How
out of
dare
it.
you.
I just didn't want the game to devolve to just like who gets.
That is
Melania
incredibly
first.
offensive.
No,
Like I
get
could
you.
have chased you on it if I really wanted to, or like raced you on it.
Bruh.
but-
Mhm.
Just trying to play in a way that like maybe I can come back.
The only
from
way
it.
I could be better
The
at
30
streaming
phase
is if I was in
maybe
the
hurt
EU
me a
times.
bit,
Damn.
but,
I mean, that's
like-
very nice of you. Thank you, Marky.
I don't know.
I th-
Wasn't
I
that
think you-
bad?
I think you didn't have a choice because if you don't go for it, I get 3 squares out of Melania.
Yeah.
Like either you have to chase Melania or you have to grab 30 Faith. I don't know. Like, do
Yeah.
you have much choice there?
No,
Yeah.
not really. No.
Yeah. How prepped were you on painting rewards in that case? Since
I had
that was
all
a big
3, and
Yeah,
I mean,
West
I had the
Coast.
spots to turn them in.
one? Okay. So you just had to literally do 3 ports then.
I just had to do the 3. Yeah, just collect them.
Okay, I was being pretty cheeky with my my painting rewards setup the whole time. Like I actually sacked Radon to do Godric bow only to get the painting there.
Yeah,
'cause
I know.
Hang on, she's sleeping. She's
I,
sleeping.
I shouldn't have-
grabbed Pilgrimage earlier.
Well,
Be
I
very
guess
quiet.
I could have. It's interesting because, like, I maybe could have sniped you on Gargs. I knew you're gonna do Gargs into Morgoth's Great Rune, but I
Mhm.
decided to. What happened? Okay, so yeah, after Godskin Noble, I went underground, and
She's much less uppity when
uh,
she's just 8.
I was gonna do duo Gargs and then
Right.
the one in Altus. But then
Season
when
is
I got
fantastic for
to the
getting Europeans to
Grace,
play. Yes,
I
I agree.
pivoted for the
Bingo 24/7.
magic wet blade, which I didn't even
Excuse me.
realize I didn't have a whetstone knife, so that was a waste of time. And then I also talked to Hyetta, and then I went
Right.
back, and before I got into the fight, you marked it, so I was like, fuck.
Oh
Um,
dang.
Did you have BBK dead before Gronk?
No, I did BBK. I did them 3 in a row. I think I marked painting rewards, and I had them all set up. Like I had the graces for all 3 of them except for the capital one, of course, because I had to still run through capital at
Yeah.
that point. So I just did like a 3 teleport spree and knocked them all down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really sad when you marked seals because I
Jack,
felt
CBD,
so,
Mitch,
I felt
Gray,
so
Tom,
cheeky and
around the
so
clock,
good about
Ray.
this. I killed the Tibia Mariner on the way
So did I.
to
Oh,
BBK.
That's funny.
and
I killed
then-
the
or on the way to
tibia
Gronk.
in Liurnia.
Oh.
Because I was gonna
We-
do the painting there, but then you marked
Oh.
Gronk, and I was like, shit. So then another mistake I made was I ran from Fort Faroth to Gronk to turn in the seal when I could have just went from Aguila Lake North and got the painting along the way
Oh yeah.
and turned it in. And who knows, even did the tibia if I really wanted.
Yeah, that was kind of I screwed up the other way where I got the Tibia Mariner, but I forgot to grab the painting reward, so I actually had to double back for the painting shack, which kind of sucked. Could have been nice to do that, but it worked out, I suppose.
Yeah.
I know what
Couple
language
of
this is.
dumb mistakes on my part. I wasn't entirely but I did not play it as I should have, I will say. I also like tripled up, quadrupled
not? What?
kinda on bows, staves, seals, and painting rewards.
real?
And I only got 2 of
Really?
them. So like I should have committed to probably bows and seals first, and then painting rewards, and then staves. Probably was the better order. But I
Okay.
did staves
Yeah.
first.
Fuck you guys.
Right. I mean, it was hard not to like double, triple, quadruple dip on this board. Like I got it didn't hurt too bad because it was only 1 Everjail, but like I did Altus bosses, Somberstone Bellbearing Tree bosses, and Everjails.
Can't trust anyone.
Were kind of all the
Goddamn.
things that I was looking for with that. Like I ran all the way to DTS to get 2 tree bosses with that and the Tree Scent duo. And then I did all of Godefroy, and I was like running 2 Godefroy when you marked it. And I actually didn't know whether or not it was slower to like, because Godefroy is kind of tanky. I was like, do I just port back? But I was already halfway there, so I just finished it out, even though you had already marked Everjails. I feel like it's hard not to do that with those kind of so many plays like that available on this board. There's a crazy amount of like area synergy, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, I use the Ash of Wars to get progress to Underground and also Everjails because
Is this match worth going
and I
back to
guess the
watch?
staves as well.
It depends on why you like to
so
watch.
I
I'm gonna
kinda-
deafen a little them for a sec. It depends on why you like to watch bingo. I think if you like to see somebody kind of like surgically close out a board, and you like to see how that's done, I would say yes. If you would like to see a very close back and forth game, I would say no. So it's just like what do you enjoy when you're watching bingo? That would be the question.
Is
Yeah.
Good game, man.
Yeah. Good game, man. Yeah, that was. I finally got. It wasn't your best, of course, like you said, but I finally got an NPT dub after all this time.
And he put me on the back foot, and I made some bad decisions. So
Dude, beating
Just
is
gotta
easy.
work on
Just
that.
like turn on some extra damage. It's crazy.
Yeah, right.
Oh, the big drama is back, bro.
Did you hear about that, Wander?
I did hear about that. Fucking Pepe cheater over here.
It was an accident.
Oh man. All right, well I have to fix a freaking washer, so I'm gonna go ahead and get the fuck out of here. But GG's, man. Oh, hi CBD.
Sounds good.
I just came in
Later.
to say that it's on Tom to not cheat and lose. It's honestly Tom's fault that he lost that against Jack, TBH.
Yeah, gotta check
true.
your opponent's PC, man.
True.
Yeah.
Check in PC.
The one
The
time I don't
onus is on
check it. Oh, the one time I don't check it. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, later, y'all.
Boy.
Face me next time without a Melania board, huh?
He says
about
that
that?
after
Yeah,
Wander leaves.
I know.
Very bold
I
of
know.
him.
Yeah. What are you gonna say to that, Wander? Huh? What are you gonna say? I didn't think so. I didn't think he'd say anything.
He's not butthurt at all.
No. Who's next?
Surely CBD.
I can fill. I gotta start stream first, but I can fill in. Just give me like 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, it'd be fun. Fun to play you again. You can kick my ass.
That's one word to describe it. I've been
can-
absolute shit recently in bingo.
Oh. That's not good.
Don't forget, Tom, to declare a winner of the match.
Oh, I have to?
I mean, somebody does. I
Okay.
might even be able to as admin. I don't even know.
I'm trying to find it. One.
Huge.
Yep. I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna lose every ranked match.
That would be funny.
There's just something about ranked, you know? There's just some unnecessary pressure being put upon me.
Gotta start that platinum grind.
Yeah.
Winning a Bingo Brawlers season ain't nothing. You gotta.
Nothing, dude. I gotta get on this ranked ladder grind, you know?
Yeah. I'm excited for the list to kind of get in a spot to be able to do that kind of stuff. I played like 2 matches with the mechanic that we talked about. It was very fun.
Yeah. Do you think it's worthwhile?
It's definitely worthwhile pursuing, for sure. I played 1 match where I like tried to avoid upgrading too highly, and that played pretty well. And then I tried 1 match on a board that I felt I could kind of still work with a max upgrade penalty, and that also worked pretty well. So
Yeah.
it felt like both styles had their place, which I think is a great place to be.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah. I also do mention that it was your idea. That way, if
I
people
did
don't
hear
like it,
that,
I don't get blamed.
I see.
Nah,
I
I'm just
see.
kidding. It's a great idea, and people really like
Only
it.
Sirius doesn't like the idea.
Well, yeah, he's a max
Thanks.
level Andy. What can you do?
Hmm.
Actually, what's a German Andy? What are Andys called in German? Andres?
Gustav?
Max level.
I don't know.
A max level Maximilian. Kevin in German? Really?
Kevin.
I didn't even know Kevin was a German name. Andreas.
It
Yeah,
is?
Andreas.
Oh,
Kevin,
yeah,
Kevin
that
is for
sounds right.
idiots.
I like it.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, I don't have admin. I have to create another one.
He just wants to get the stats of losing a game off his screen. Don't listen to him.
No, I didn't have admin.
You thought Andy was for idiots as well? I associate the Andy thing with like just somebody who leans on a certain thing. Like max level Andy or Rush Square Andy or something. Like a one-trick pony.
Yes. That's how I associate it too.
There's an entire Wikipedia article for the German Kevin. All right, let's fill some time, shall we?
So I don't know if you listened to like the post-game talk.
A little
But
bit.
do you think what I said, like, that was basically my mistake? Was there more to it?
As far as like doing the drop to ashes?
No, like the. I guess you didn't really listen that much.
I listened a bit, but like, what was the thing that you were?
I mean, I talked about the beginning was kind of goofy, and then I died on Crusader because of something stupid, and then
Thank you, England.
I decided to go for staves first instead of seals and Godric bow only. And then I probably should have did paintings into staves afterward. And I also think I should have went for dupe before ever jails. Because I got sniped on dupe.
I felt like with the information that you had, there wasn't. So when I'm trying to figure out like what people should or shouldn't be doing in the late game, like
I just knew he wasn't going for seals and stabs. I just knew it.
Okay. It's like I feel like
he wanted to kill things.
Yeah. If you like beyond metagaming your opponent in the base game, it feels like it's kind of a crapshoot for figuring out what the right square to do is, unless there's like, you know, a bunch of underground or a bunch of capital, something where you can like get a vibe about like this is valuable. But when it's just like a bunch of random squares all over the map, I don't have like a good consistent methodology for figuring out what squares are good to do in those kind of late game crapshoot situations.
Yeah. Guess I should have committed to Gargs. I should have. I knew he didn't kill
I
Radon,
want to read this, but I also should be talking to Tom.
but I still.
I think like the only thing that I identified in the late game where I was like, Tom should probably do this is that Gargs was kind of the, like when he was at 11, Gargs was the linchpin idea between two square combos of either Underground with Fingerslayer Blade or Capital with Morgott.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Yeah, closing that probably was the way.
But then I split off to. I went to grab a wet blade and I couldn't even equip it. That was so stupid of me.
Oh right, the glintstone one.
I should have gotten that like after killing the Red Wolf, and then went for upgrades. Because then I would have had a reason to make it cold.
Kevinissimus is a German term for the practice of giving children. Oh, actually, hang on. Tom might want to hear this. All right.
Okay, looks like I remember this skip now.
All right, Tom. We're gonna learn about the German Kevin together while we wait for CBD.
What is the German Kevin?
Kevinismus is a German term for the practice of giving children trendy, exotic-sounding names as opposed to traditional German ones. It is often considered to be an indicator of low social class. The prototypical example is Kevin,
Holy shit.
which, like most such names, came to Germany from Anglo-American culture. Specifically, Kevin McAllister, the protagonist of the 1990 comedy film Home Alone, titled Kevin allein zu Haus in the German release, is credited with making Kevin the most popular boy's name chosen in Germany in 1991. Kevin Costner's 1990 film Dances with Wolves is often cited as an additional factor. Both films were released in Germany in 1991 and were the two most successful films there in that year. However, the name had already been introduced to Germany and achieved brief popularity in the late 1970s during English footballer Kevin Keegan's spell with Hamburger SV. Sometimes Chantalismus is used as the female equivalent from the French name Chantal.
So it's just trendy names is looked down
yes,
upon,
but
or
yeah,
is it
yeah.
low social class?
So it continues. The issue of whether parents of lower socioeconomic status have a greater tendency to give their children Anglo-American or other exotic names has been discussed by German sociologists from various points of view, and there's no consensus among them. Because of the unusual and sudden popularity of the name, the terms Kevinism or Chantalism, after the feminine name Chantal, for this cliche, was first created by the satirical website Uncyclopedia, and was subsequently picked up by journalists. According to a master's thesis presented at the University of Oldenburg in 2009, certain given names of students can lead to prejudice on the part of their teachers. For example, the name Kevin, given to a German child, indicates to German teachers that such a student is prone to attention-seeking behavior as well as low scholastic performance, and it is also indicative of lower socioeconomic status. Oh my god. It is not possible to determine whether this also causes a student to be treated less well. Prejudice of this type is understood to be more prevalent among teachers in Western Germany. English or otherwise exotic given names are often understood and stigmatized in the old states of Germany as being typically Aussie. I don't know what that means. English given names in East Germany were particularly popular in the 20 years preceding the German reunification. There, this trend was also popular among the middle class, while the preference for such given names today, particularly in Western Germany, is perceived as a lower class phenomenon. Hang on, how much longer is this? Not too much longer. The word alpha Kevin, combination of alpha male and the given name, as being representative of particularly unintelligent youth person, was for a time at the top of the list, which is the subject of a 2015 online poll for the German Word of the Year, and particularly the Youth Word of the Year. However, it was struck from the list of suggestions on account of being discriminatory towards people bearing the name Kevin. The phenomenon in Germany, especially during limited periods of time, that particularly popular given names are associated with negative prejudices to the point of being used as swear words, is not new from a linguistic perspective. In the past, this was the case, as an example, for given names including Horst, Detlef, Uski, and Heine. At a conference on the topic of given names as social markers in September 2015, the onomatologist and linguist, some dude whose name I can't say, spoke about a smear campaign having been waged in Germany against given names such as Kevin and Chantal, and criticized the rhetoric concerning such given names as being very cheap polemic. All right, I think we all learned something.
That was weirder than the YouTube rabbit hole I went on stream yesterday. Fucking Kevin, dude.
Fucking Kevin, indeed. So really, when we call the wait, I always forget. Is it Kevin or Kyle who's the like serpent man in Volcano Manor?
I believe it's Kyle. Kyle's usually
Kyle.
the bad name.
I've always called him
Yeah,
Kevin, and now I feel
I think it's
justified.
Kyle. I have called him Kevin.
Thank you, Special Tom.
Enough Jack, says Brian on Tom's screen. Listen, we were reaching the end. It was fine. We're all just waiting for CBD. We're in the CBD waiting room. Oh wait, he's live.
I'm yeah. Somebody get these Kevins out of here. I was expecting a little bit of a snicker or a chuckle, but alas, I got nothing, so that's fine.
Imagine an American teaching me something about my own culture. What a time to be alive. Listen, I didn't teach you shit. Wikipedia taught you things.
All right.
And I wouldn't have even known to read it if we hadn't mentioned.
Here, I'll come up with a seed.
There's a master thesis about this. I was just like looking back at the chats while I was reading this.
Can I be red team, Tom?
Oh my god.
Why is it important to you?
Germans out here being
always
racist
right.
against first names. Dude, I wonder what the AI
Always right.
overview says about this
I
particular
was read
segment.
the whole season.
What does it think is going on?
Oh, you need practice not being red.
I'm pretty sure
That's
I'm
true,
red on the
actually.
next game too.
Yeah, but like you don't know, if you make the finals and then
I low-key had a red problem.
Did you?
Yeah, and then I played blue more and got over
I
it.
know. Wow, dude, that's so cool of you.
Can't believe Jack read off the entire secret right scroll on stream. That's crazy comment.
I don't care what version, what format we play.
I don't care either. You're in the playoffs.
Jack, what do
What?
you want to see?
What do I want to see?
Yeah.
Less Kevins.
Let's go DLC.
Okay.
Nah, I'm not gonna
Tom,
make
the only
them
way that I thought
play
I was
the
gonna
new format.
convince them
Tom's
to go to
gotta
blue was
practice
to
for
appeal
his
to, like some kind of practice.
for his playoff matches.
I don't know if that actually made any difference. But
There will be plenty of time for the
that
new
was the Hail
format.
Mary.
We're in no rush here.
You need to practice, dude.
Yeah, the practice. You got practice on blue squares.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're playing blue and you think you're red, you can't have that.
It's true.
Oh god, we have Blood Fiend's arm as our first weapon.
But you said that with a hard B there, dude.
Blood.
The only way that Tom becomes blue is if he loses and winner. Oh, is that just how it is? Like it's dependent upon.
Top seed is always red. Favoritism.
Maybe.
It's how you know who not to bet on at the Olympics if they're on the outside lanes. Throwing away your money there.
Did you have to do something CBD to turn on subtitles on your stream? Because you're like the only one that
yeah.
has captions on.
Yeah, it's an OBS extension.
Oh.
Yeah. So it goes through like Google Translate or something, and then Twitch just has an option that you can turn on and off.
I see. I just had somebody tell me to turn it on for you because they wanted to hear what you were saying when you were crashing out about something.
Oh, it's funny. But yeah, yeah. The only reason I have it is because like one time, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, someone came in my chat and was like, "Hey, like I'm deaf and I have trouble reading lips sometimes. Is it possible you get closed captions?" I'm like, "Okay," and I did.
Yeah, that is cool actually. Be a good thing to look into.
I also have Blood Fiend's arm, by the way. Nothing is done.
Yeah. Are we gonna use it?
It's up to you, man.
How do you want to
It's
practice?
like your opinion, man.
Really want to.
I would love to not see Bloodfiend's arm if it's up to me.
Okay, no Bloodfiend's arm.
Huge.
No Starfist.
And no iron balls, I'm guessing.
Tom already vetted this seed. He knows exactly where the broken
you
shit
can-
is.
You can do
You
iron
can
balls. I
have
don't
iron
care.
balls, but not Starfist. What?
Yep.
A difference of 3 AR base or something,
And bleed.
and bleed, I guess.
I don't know. Sure, ban balls too. You ready?
Yes. My DLC has been shit, so prepare for the fastest DLC game of your life.
I doubt
Just-
that's gonna happen.
Rush the
Good
secret
luck.
right scroll, 100% win rate.
Good luck.
So is Commander Guys' pants.
Who asked? All right.
Just wanted to let you know.
Tom studied all the fucking actual secret
Really funny
text
that
or
there's
whatever.
iron balls.
No, there is iron balls. Oh my god. All right, we got a board. We got a board. We got a board. Yeah. Is he trying to get you to not use busted things? Rush center square. Maybe.
There's actually iron balls. What the fuck?
It could be a bait. How big of a bait is it?
You thought I was lying?
Yes.
All right, eventually they'll shut up and I can comment on this game. All right. We've got two-handed sword talisman in the center. We've got 3 night bosses with remembrance on the diagonals. Like you could hypothetically kill Relana and then kill Lion for the scorpion stew also on the diagonal. This Lion is actually kind of spooky. A knight is also an NPC boss. This entire diagonal is actually very terrifying. And it's always important to remember that diagonal bingos are ultimate bingos. Like you cannot beat a diagonal line. So you can't race it with a faster line. Diagonals block every single bingo. Very, very powerful. Also NPC bosses with dropped weapons is powerful. Top left diagonal is also relatively synergistic. Two-handed sword talisman, you could drop down to Chief Bloodfiend after grabbing it. And then NPC Invaders has a little bit of synergy with Iris of Grace, the Demon Swordsmaster being kind of just a offshoot one. So I think actually this two-handed sword talisman is a very powerful square on this board. A lot of the times this is a bait. It's like, yeah, 15% damage or whatever, but that's like 1.5 levels of Skidoo or something. So kind of not incredibly exciting, but also in Ancient Rao, or Base Rao, there's some Spirit Ashes, not on a diagonal, but still value. Oh, Relana's on the board herself, actually. Okay, this is a very interesting board, actually. There's like hardly any Shadow Keep, really. It's just all middle of the map. Moonrathil with dropped weapons. Very, very interesting board. We do 4 mausoleums. We don't see boards like this like ever. This is a very strange board. Honestly, this is gonna be a good game. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this plays out. I mean, it could be a shit game, but I'm excited to see how this board plays out. I have no idea what this is gonna look like. Like, Tom typically stars every single Shadowkeep square at the start of each match, and you can see he's only got 7 stars, which for Shadowkeep is, like, very, very little, and they're all pretty late game squares. And I don't even think that Remembrance on this board is a Shadowkeep square, hypothetically, with that Scorpion Stew sitting there. All right, CBD eyeing up a Scorched Ruins line, while Tom is eyeing up a direct to Shadow Altus line, heading straight for Gravestone Skip. CBD stopping off for the Bait of Mercy, aka Blade of Mitchj. We'll see whether this game it is in fact a bait, or whether it is in fact a Mitchj. CBD started with the Crescent Moon Axe, I believe this thing is called, or Big Crescent Axe, whatever the fuck this is. Tom working his way up Gravestone Skip. Blade of Mitch acquired. Also dropping down for the hefty pot down here. There is 5 hefty pots on the board. Doesn't need to go seek any recipes or anything like that. No crafting square. Does stop off for the Scorched Ruins Grace. Meanwhile, Tom is pushing towards Egon. So, good map advantage start from Tom, whereas CBD has just a little bit of value, and that Scorched Ruins Grace for later. Scorched Ruins Grace, I would honestly say, is potentially more useful than all the crap that he picked up in Scorched Ruins itself. Just being able to get towards like the Bellerot stuff. Also the Grace for even like the Jail Knight and stuff being a little quicker and stuff. The bait of Mitch is not necessarily needed on this board. Yes, potentially. If there were a counter argument, like I believe that if I were to pose a counter argument, it's that there's probably a fair bit of killing that's going to happen without a whole lot of juice being collected because Shadowkeep is not super powerful. So there's a chance that, you know, having a little bit of extra damage could be beneficial. However, did Tom die in the same spot as Gustav? Did he? I didn't see him die. Did he die? But a couple of these early kills, in fact, a lot of these early kills are NPCs. He did die, okay. Was it on Tiolia's or was it on the drop down from Egon? It was the drop down? Yeah, I don't like that drop down that he did. I did see him do it the successful time, and it's a way that I like to do it. CBD talking about the alternate version of the TLA skip, that he was potentially interested in learning to do it, but hasn't gotten around to it. I'm not a big fan of it. It's not quite as fast. It's also still kind of funky, so I don't really see a reason to do it if you're comfortable with the normal TLA skip, but for people who are not comfortable with the normal TLA skip, it could be an option. Okay, Tom stopping off for the Fort of Reprimand makes a lot of sense. Night bosses, spirit ashes, there's a lot of value here. Also going and grabbing the money. It is daylight for him because he died, so he will have to quit out here. I don't know about this, but sure. It's basically allowed CBD to entirely catch up. So if CBD goes for the two-handed talisman at this point, he'll actually beat Tom to it because of this. But maybe actually, Tom is probably doing this because he died. It's very common, like when you die, to take that little bit of extra efficiency on the way, because if you were going to rush something, you would lose out to an opponent who didn't die. So in that vein, it makes a lot of sense. But we can see from our perspective that if Tom had just kept going, he would have still been ahead of CBD because CBD stopped off for all the Scorched Ruin stuff. Not sure why he dropped down in that way, but sure. CBD stopping off for Kindred cookbooks. There is a Kindred cookbook on the way to the two-handed talisman. Tom also stopping off for it. Very interesting that both of these guys are doing it. I think, like, CBD, they actually both have good reasons for doing it, because CBD was already taking value along the way and not full sending something, and Tom died while he was otherwise full sending something. It makes sense for both of them to be kind of splitting their options now at this point. You just want to co-commentate one day. Don't shut up when you show somebody new to bingo. Yeah, it's fun. I really love doing commentary. I think it's a great time. All right, still CBD ahead on the two-handed talisman if he so chooses to go get it. Tom just a few steps behind though, so any little deviations could swing the potential race in either way. We'll see if CBD's eyeing it up at all, or if he chooses to go for kind of a trademark Moonrathil type situation. He was sort of eyeing up heading towards the lead across, but now is turning and heading towards base row. Potentially risky because if Tom was full sending the two-handed talisman, he could be walking into a snipe, but there's the extra Kindred cookbook along the way, so not the end of the world if he did get sniped on it. He could also just, like, if he did get sniped on it and was, like, halfway down the valley, he could just veer off and go for the Ornis Spirit Ash to get ahead on Spirit Ashes as well. there'd still be a way to use that that map progress. No incants on the board, so neither of these guys will be grabbing the incant through the cave on the way to base row. Column 4 and 5 are also wild. I don't see it on either of them, to be honest. Do players intentionally change the in-game time, morning, evening, etc.? Yes. So in the DLC, you get the option to change the daylight right off the rip, essentially, because there's a grace in the starting area. So a lot of players opt for nighttime so that they're not in combat while running around. There's certain parts where we know that there's going to be less aggro because of the reduced visibility at night. In the base game, you would change it to night for the nighttime bosses, but there are no nighttime bosses in the DLC. CBD pivoting. Interesting. Okay, so he's fully eyeing up this this Kindred Cookbooks idea and not opting for the two-handed talisman at all. He's just got the 2 cookbooks. He's got 3 aggressive talismans and is leveling up his weapon in Round Table. I would call this very defensive play. He's keeping as many options open to himself as possible. He's partially progressed a couple rush squares, while also getting his weapon online. So he's just wanting to respond to Tom in some way rather than set the pace himself. CBD opting again for that blue dancer strategy despite having relatively heavy weapons. I think he tends to do it in a way that tends to keep him above that, or around that 10%, maybe like 8 to 10% damage bonus, which is basically a ritual sword talisman in bonus. But yeah, man, I do love having that armor. Tom actually going for kind of an interesting way to the two-handed talisman. Again, because he died, he's kind of doing things a little bit differently than the full rush. He took a route that gets him the grace beforehand so that he can come back for the Spirit Ash later. Also, he could pivot back for the Blood Fiends drop down if he wished. So, kind of like it. It is, I mean, you've run like all this way and like not finishing like the race to center square is a little interesting. But both these guys playing like a little bit of chicken around it, but Tom ultimately pulling the trigger and he will be claiming this square. Doing a nice little skip here to avoid the Horned Warrior. And here comes center square. That'll do it. I don't want to set my board delay to like roughly their delay so we get the marks at the right time. Let's go for 2 seconds of delay on the board. When they add the extra starting classes, will it affect bingo? It might in the future, but not right now. Because I don't think I don't know. I don't know how the modding works. Eventually, I imagine the mods might be interested in modding in the Tarnished Edition stuff. I think in particular, getting like the extra weapons into the weapon randomizer will be cool. More starting classes is potentially scary for bingo because like it gives you a lot of options for hitting good weapons off the rip. I could maybe even see a bingo mod at some point being like changed to limit the amount of starting classes. Although I guess you could even do that now with board features, but in any event, CBD about to go kill Moonrathil. As was discussed in Bingcognito, this is one of CBD's kind of signature plays. Greases up after aggroing Moonrathil on accident. Has to get a little bit of space and top back off again. Has rot grease applied, but hasn't triggered the rot just yet. It should be coming soon. There it is. Yeah, we have it in the board, but it's not like in the app, you know? Doing a very nice job juggling Moonerthil. This is like a great anti-NPC weapon. Like, not only does it have like the Great Axe moveset with the big poise damage, but it's also one of the longest Great Axes in the game, so that bonus range is pretty massive. There goes Moonerthil. An off-diagonal square, but does progress NPC dropped weapons. But both with Tom having center square, I think both of these diagonals are very, very dangerous. Tom fixing his map, going and grabbing 3-path cross, gets access to a little bit more skidoo, gets access to the Savage Lion's Claw for infusions, gets access to Scorpion Stew for the diagonal, the top left diagonal as well, getting access to the Bellarot Queline, so and Revered Ash and stuff. So actually, like, not a bad Bellarot game. There's still a lot of other power on this board as well, between like Chief Bloodfiend and DLC Spirit Ashes. A lot of different ways that this could play out from here. CBD looking to go to Jail Knight directly from Gravesite Plane, which is interesting. He did have the Scorched Ruins Grace. I'm not sure why he went from there. Maybe he bought something at Kale that I missed. But I don't see any additional talismans on his bar, so I don't know what that would have been. All right, into the Jail Knight fight. Tom is actually going into the Bellarot Jail off the rip, more or less. There will be hefty pots from here. That's an off-diagonal square, so not super exciting, but getting that Demi-Human Swordsman and Spirit Ash synergy. Very interesting. I would not have thought to see this particularly early, but there's also not like a ton of reason to go Karos on this board. Like, there's minimal reason to kill ADM. There's, like, Egon's Finger, potentially NPC dropped weapons / NPC bosses. CBD getting a little bit juggled here by Jail Knight and actually dies after ripping his rot grease. A couple jumping attacks from the Jail Knight do roll catch him, and he gets 2-tapped. A little bit of crash out on screen. Avert your eyes. Back into the fight, has a rot grease, or freeze grease this time. No rot anymore. Is it really bingo if CBD isn't crashing out? This is a very gentle crash out. It's like backing into another car in the parking lot. It's not like you're not like causing a pileup on the interstate. Maybe don't even need to get insurance involved over this one. Heals up, just barely shy of the ritual sword damage bonus. Kind of a pity. Jail Knight not currently two-handing, which is nice. Tom avoids getting grabbed in the jail and gets that cracked hefty pot in the chest. Continuing to progress the jail. CBD's got to be careful. Oh, Jail Knight running him down. All right, dodges the jump attack. Nicely done. Get some space to heal up. Double heals to get the ritual sword back on. Jail Knight hyper armors through the R1 chain because he's two-handing. Back to one-handing for Jail Knight. CBD doing a nice job juggling him with that Great Axe moveset. Not a ton of damage, but not the worst damage imaginable. This is still a standard infused Great Axe, so without bleed or anything. The frost has long since worn out. So just slogging away. Jail Knight's back to two-handing, so got to be pretty careful of the poise. Okay, he's back to one-handing, so CBD can keep up the pressure now a little bit more aggressively. Bats him out of the air. Tried to do a jumping attack on CBD, but didn't work. All right, this is going pretty smoothly. One more attack should finish it off, and there we go. Second dropped weapon, first night, first NPC boss for CBD. Still sitting on 2 Kindred cookbooks as well. back to... Ooh, he got Alablaster, it looks like. Back to Kale for some more purchasing with that money. Gets the Gold Scarab. Is high levels even on this board? It's not. I guess he just likes that. It looks like he... Did he level Faith there? Potentially eyeing up some buffs. I can't see his stats. It looked like he leveled up something kind of low on the stat line. Meanwhile, Tom into Ons. Gets the cheeky backstab after the flying attack that Ons does. Tom is already Frost infused, doing a ton of damage. Out of stam, jumping over a few attacks. Another stagger. Making Ons look like paper between his two-handed talisman early infusion. And some skidoo from Shadow Altus. Ooh, nice roll with very little stamina. Rolls a double swipe from Ons. That would be pretty dangerous. And gets grabbed because he's exhausted. How's the damage look? Okay, very low health. Ons does a super combo and tags Tom in the ass. Damn, that was bad timing. That was bad timing for that for Tom. Oops, CBD into Loger. Using a partially wieldable Owl Blaster at this point. Loger is kind of jumping over these tap R2s, causing a big nuisance for CBD. Does anyone get worse orange and pieces? Good job, closed captioning. Pretty sure he said RNG Jesus or something. All right, Tom with another riposte. Loger, I believe, is past the heal. Avoids the grab this time on Tom. Loger starts the blender on CBD, but CBD got a little bit of hyper armor from his attack chain. So Tom also eyeing up the Demi-Human Swordsmaster to kind of preemptively block this column 4 that he saw forming with Moonrathil NPC drop weapon synergy. And there it is. So now the top left diagonal is active. CBD eyeing up Rolana now. Tom going back to Shadow Altus. CBD considering pivoting. Tom now eyeing up back section. CBD talking to Letta and Hornsent. Is Letta Rune even on this board? Or is he trying to do this as an invader? I'm confused. Not quite sure what we're doing here. Okay, he leaves. Oh, he's not sure what he wants to do. He's still hovering Rolana. Closed captions seem to be indicating confusion. Oh, thank you for the follow, Edgar. Welcome on in. Tom moving into Bonnie Village for some more pots. Should be finishing the Hefty Pot Square relatively soon. Rusted Anchor from the Great Axe check. That is definitely very nice. Some good weapons this seed. That's cracked Hefty Pots for Tom. Getting the Oh Mother Gesture. And potentially eyeing up a Grace. Was fidgeting on the board a little bit. Not sure what that was about. Okay, CBD eyeing up back section, I guess. It's interesting. I feel like back section is just not very good, as weird as it is. Like, I feel like continuing on with like these NPC bosses, knights, and stuff, like this, again, this top right diagonal for Tom is like something fierce. Maybe he thinks that CBD is just too far ahead on knights for him to catch up, but I don't know that that's true. Could be scared of the row 4 on Tom. It depends how he reads dropped weapons. Like if he read that as Loger or if he read that as an ADM. Because if ADM is dead, then maybe row 4 is a little spooky. Because Tom could be behind on Egon's Finger, Knights, and Invaders. And so Tom's just like, I'll head in the direction of Gaius for 10 Skidoo. I don't know that I would read that in this situation, but we'll see. All right, CBD just getting a little bit of split progress towards back section and then moving on into the Rolana fight. Doesn't Okay, I was gonna say, like, doesn't equip Gold Scarab to get just, like, ever so much more value out of his Blue Dancer Charm, but does indeed put it on. Rolana not particularly weak to slash damage. The tap R2's not doing as much as they otherwise could. He doesn't have the Lion's Claw, so using a Somber weapon is probably going to be better than using a standard infused smithing weapon, even with the slash damage. Should be due a stagger relatively soon. I said a couple R2s. Nice roll through for the strafe R2. There goes the stagger. Not the most compelling damage, and there won't be any status effects. It does trigger the Blade of Mitch, though. Which I guess, like, Blade of Mitch does get a bit more value when you are rocking something like an Alabaster, which is going to get, like, more staggers and doesn't have any status effects and stuff. Just, like, a relatively high AR weapon. CBD talking about how Tom just got the 3 Kindred cookbooks. CBD's kind of lamenting that he didn't close out on that and is a little confused. Oh, kind of gets blasted by Rolana's phase transition move. The fire shoots him up in the air. Right, gets the stagger. Sitting at about half health. We'll get a chance to heal. Here comes some more Spirit Ashes from Tom. There he goes. I think Tom is kind of approaching this board from the mentality of playing against people who could potentially be shadow prepping. A lot of his squares are just kind of all over the place in various unique lines and such, so that like no sneaky bingo can come take him by surprise. And in fact, he may be in full majority already. No, row 4 still. Row 4 is still the last, I think, line for CBD. Which Rolana does progress. Another stagger for CBD. This should be closing out phase 2 relatively quick. 3 more hits. Oh, takes a little uppercut. Has to watch out for the optional follow-up. Doesn't come. Here come the moon attacks. This should probably do it. He should be able to get a jump R2 into a follow-up. Or R2 punish, but he doesn't jump the last one and gets launched into the air. Has to heal up. Here comes some input reading. Glint blades from Alana. He's dodging, okay. Dodges the ranged ones. Rolls in for the last one. Gets a couple more hits. One more does it. Okay. Has to dodge a very fast wake-up move from Rolana. Is fine. And jumps over a thrusting attack, and that'll do it. Rolana down for the count. 2 night bosses for CBD. Gets a nice double block with this Rolana square, blocking column 3 in row 1. All right, where are we going from here? Just going to finish off Edred really fast. Never mind. He knows he's ahead on knights. He's thinking. Back to Bonnie Village, back to back section. Tom prepping a Grace for Chief Bloodfiend and leaving. Both diagonals still open for Tom. However, the knights starting to be shown by CBD means that... Oh, CBD's about to see Rusted Anchor, too. Oh, bummer. That would have been nice for Rolana. I'm pivoting into the south. Interesting. Okay, I think Tom potentially is just continuing to show me that he's concerned about row 4. Wants access to Egon's Furled Finger and NPC invaders. Doing the ADM invader, in fact. If he gets this, actually, it's a very, very powerful square for him. Keeps the top left diagonal alive, and he's prepped for Chief Bloodfiend. Actually, he may just be going for the top left diagonal bingo. He may be eyeing that up. He sees that CBD's got the top right diagonal all in hand, but there's not really a whole lot of overlap between the other diagonal. So with Tom being prepped on Chief Bloodfiend, working towards the 3 invaders, one of which will be a Queeline, Tom will still have to go to Shadowkeep to get an Iris of Grace in the first place. He'll have to make it out to Ancient Rao, essentially, to get that Iris of Grace, but should be well ahead of CBD if he chooses to do this. He may also just like open up ADM here. It depends on whether he wants to be aggressive on the line or defensive on the row 4. The defensive play on the row 4 would be killing that ADM invader and then opening up ADM himself so that he has option to go for the furled finger. But no, he's choosing to be aggressive. He's just grabbing the Grace in the ADM cave, warping out, and will be continuing to pursue invaders. No. He's going back section. Oh my god! Who can keep up with these men? The pivots, the pivots, the pivots. All right, CBD using his back section run to think about all of the threats that he has to deal with. There are a lot of them. There's a hidden top left diagonal. CBD is ahead on the top right diagonal block. There's still also a row 5 from Tom, and those are the only lines with more than one square in them, or that are particularly threatening. The column 1's not really anything. The column 2 is not anything because CBD's got knights. Yeah, so CBD could like go knights and try and contest the invaders and see if he can like set up a proper threat on row 4 being his last threat. Tom hasn't really expressed like too much interest in wanting to be out ahead of that one, so maybe there's some game there. But also CBD could just be like, I gotta win this on majority. So, you know, doing kind of these mopier squares in row 4 is not really going to get me there. So just get access to more map, more squares, try and just beat him on efficiency. All right, CBD's done sitting on knights. He gets the Church District High Road Grace near Emir and warps back for Fort of Reprimand to go kill Edred. Now using the Rusted Anchor for that pierce damage against those knights. Wise decision. Tom crafting these beast bones, like, just run past the guy. This guy has never killed anyone in his entire life. Aggroes him anyway. Tom has taken more damage from this guy than I've ever seen anyone take. Just getting absolutely bullied, this Edred is, by Rusted Anchor. Imagine being a Black Knight trained in Messmer's army to exterminate the Horn Scent, and then Naked Man with giant boating implement comes in and just fucking murders you. So stupid. Oh, my Elden Ring. All right, Tom in back section. Well ahead of CBD on the castle progress. Again, Shadowkeep not the most powerful region of this map. CBD unsure about where to go. Maybe warping back to High Road Cross. Maybe eyeing up invaders at this point. Seeing row 4 as a potential pressure point and wanting to deal with the top left diagonal. If he goes for this, I quite like this decision. It does appear to be what he's doing. He may be... He's pivoting back and forth. I think he's concerned about the more cookbook angle, because if he does NPC invaders right now, he locks himself out of the more cookbook square. The problem is if Tom just goes for the more cookbook, which is what he's currently doing, he's kind of heading in the direction of the more cookbook, the Iris of Grace down here, then Tom can avoid locking himself out of the Kindred cookbook from more square. He's actually sending the elevator back up on Tom, so he intends to come back this way at a future time. Just looking to maybe grab this cookbook, maybe the Iris of Grace as well, and get out and back on the map doing the squares in his lines, rather than setting up a Grace for Ancient Row. No, he is just going for that cookbook. He's not even grabbing the Iris of Grace. Which I don't entirely understand. The column 4... Maybe he just wants to get, like, invaders done ahead of... I feel like you grab the Iris there. For a sec, it looked like he was warping back to kill E. Where the fuck is he going, actually? I am so confused. Oh, he needs the gravestone. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, why? He, like, ran at Egon as if he was going to murder Egon with Egon's finger on the board. I was like, Tom, what are you doing? But yeah, just grabs that crafting ingredients, heading up to High Road Cross Grace to get ready for those invaders / cookbook from more squares. The problem with the cookbook from more and invaders is, like, once you run all the way there to heal the wounded kindred, then you have to come all the way back again in order to do the invaders, because if you kill the kindred right then and there to get more to invade, you can't get his cookbook. So a little bit of, it's not like anti-synergy, but a bit of pain between these two squares. Tom's actually setting up the horn scent invasion. Maybe looking to say to CBD that he's locked out? Trying to, like, metagame it a little bit? I'm not sure what this is about, to be honest. This is confusing to me. He's definitely setting up the horn scent invasion for an invader. CBD nearly in back section. Yeah, I don't quite understand this play, to be honest. Tom is going through Hippo? No. Okay, so there's some black pyreflies in this camp. That's why he's eyeing up this direction. He could also grab the one skidoo in the camp as well, but this is the final crafting ingredient that he needs to craft that Sunwarp Stone in order to get that Kindred Cookbook from more. CBD now has Shadowkeep access, is porting back to High Road Cross yet again. Tom does indeed grab the skidoo here. Setting up the Hornsent invasion. So they're both trying to avoid locking themselves out of Kindred Cookbook from more, but again, both of them understand the importance of this NPC Invader Square. I kind of feel like if I'm CBD here, I know he hates locking himself out of squares, but I feel like getting these NPC invaders done sooner rather than later would be really, really nice. It's hard, though. But I think, like, keeping this threat alive that you have in row 4 and blocking out a very dangerous top left diagonal, I feel like is worth locking yourself out of a square, to be honest. And especially because it's, like, been long enough that, like, hypothetically, it could be the Hornsent invasion that he's using the invaders for. So, like, I don't think Tom can safely say that CBD's locked out. And I feel like locking yourself out of a square when your opponent can't know for sure that you've done so, it doesn't have the same effect of, like, really telling them that you've locked yourself out of a square, because, like, then they are still gonna spend some time at it at some point, which means that, like, you know, they don't just get to save it for the ultimate last square of the game for free, right? Yeah, Invaders is very, very strong. The problem is Tom is probably going to get it and the more cookbook, which is going to be fucking devastating. Tom doesn't have any blue. You got to drink some blue. All right, there we go. All right, CBD and the Letta invasion. Tom also going for it. I'm pretty sure Tom's got this, though. It does, Invaders does block the column 4, but again, like, CBD, because he's got so few bingos left, it is scary to lock yourself out of squares for majority that you might need. So I don't think it's a cut and dry that he should go lock himself out of this. I think he should seriously entertain the idea this game. I think he really should have thought that maybe that was going to be the play. But I definitely don't hate his decision to not do that as well. Absolutely destroyed that Letta. Dude, Letta's kind of fucking up Tom. All right, get some space to heal. Hornsent takes aggro. Should be getting a Frost proc pretty soon here on Letta. There it is. That'll help Hornsent deal some more damage as well. There's the bleed. There goes Letta. And this should be the mark from Tom. This is going to be pretty devastating. There it is. Okay, CBD. Ooh, he's eyeing up this bone shard from Reprimand, I think. But there's a bone shard on the way. Yeah, I mean, Tom's gonna get all of this. Tom's already got the, Ooh, Tom is going for Chief Bloodfiend first. Okay, so CBD might get the Kindred Cookbook for more, but the problem is diagonal, diagonal, diagonal. Big problem. Yeah, he doesn't have the recipe yet on CBD. He's trying to remember, I think, what the last crafting ingredient might be. Reverse win on YouTube, trying to tell Tom that that might be a mismark. It is not, in fact, a mismark. CBD also sending the elevator back up. I would kind of like to see him grab the Iris of Grace before... Yeah, dude, I don't know. Because, like, the other thing is, like, if you were very scared about locking yourself out of invaders because of the cookbook, you would probably have to assume that Tom prepped a bunch of cookbook shit as well. But also, if Tom wasn't scared of it, it's because he's going for this top left diagonal, in which case this cookbook doesn't matter at all. So I'm kind of just trading hits with Bloodfiend here. Probably heal at some point. Gets a stagger. Does heal. Chief Bloodfiend's AI breaks for a moment. Man, when you're locked on, you can't see shit in this fight. I've definitely started unlocking for this guy. It's just too hard to see what he's doing. All right, there goes Chief Bloodfiends. And now... Not really a big reaction from CBD. One square left in this diagonal. Tom is an entire queen ahead, and he is in fact going for it. Doesn't have the Iris of Grace just yet, but the elevator is up for him. It's up for both of them. So Tom's really only a little bit ahead on this. He's one queen ahead, but CBD being in the queen fight is also... Ooh, gotta watch out. Okay, CBD just... Queen just whiffs his Ash of War on CBD and jumps over the... jumps over the rusted anchor. CBD losing his goddamn mind. Alright, back to keeping Queen under control with the R1 moveset of the axe into an Ash of War from Queen, the hyper armor carrying him through the poise damage of the rusted anchor. Shit ton of damage to CBD, but not enough to kill. Tom claims the cookbook from Moore on the way to Bellerat for the final Queen. CBD getting kind of bullied by this Queen here. Gets some space to heal. Avoids the jump attack. Back into the fight. Not the fastest fight, though. We are on a standard attunement axe here, so just chunking away over time. Ooh, and CBD also doesn't have a Grace towards Bellerat. He doesn't have 3-path cross. And choosing to open up south here instead. So if Tom continues with the line, we are all wrapped up here. Let's see if Tom is in the eating his veggies mode. CBD not particularly happy with how this game has played out. I do think that this was indeed a very interesting board. I think that, like, even though this game is kind of going to end as a bit of a blowout, I think there were a lot of interesting decision moments. I quite enjoyed commentating this. Might play for majority just to enjoy being ahead. I don't know. I think Tom is practicing the power of these lines here in the DLC. CBD hasn't marked a square for 12 minutes. So I could see Tom peeling off this line, but also, like, you've got the one Queen dead, you're in Shadowkeep, your elevator is up for your Iris, you're in Bellerat. I feel like you don't lose a whole lot if you're sniped at this point. So I feel like most reasonable folks should go for the lion right here. I think a lot of the times when I'm talking strategically about games like this, I'd like to check in with my initial assessment of the board versus how it actually played out. And I think I like how I was thinking about this board. I think that the diagonals were very powerful this game. So I like my read. What is the fastest bingo in the competition? I don't really know, to be honest. I'm not a fast bingo worshiper. Care about the quality of the bingo rather than the speed. Because also, like, the faster the bingo is done, it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the player who got it was playing well. It means that their opponent fucked up. Which I don't think is something to celebrate. I don't think it's something to celebrate when people fuck up. That's also not to say we should, like, shame them for fucking up. I just don't want to, like... I don't like games... Like, I don't want there to be games where people fuck up and get 5-square bingoed, you know? Alright, so I'm going for Church District. One little finger in the eyeball, and the game is over. I believe that one was actually not that, like, technically fast Mega Soybean. It was just, because, like, they had to, like, kill FSB, like, go all that way, and then go all the way down to Mattingham and stuff. I think that took still, like, 50 minutes or something. The DLC one was 35 minutes? Really? Thought it was longer. All right, here we go. Kaboom!
GG's, I suck.
GG's. What were you going for anything along that line?
Invaders, but you're too far ahead of me. I mean, it's pretty much an unwinnable position if I don't call the bluff on Chief Bloodfiend anywhere along the line, so yeah.
Yeah, I kind of held that. I mean, if you got it, I would have been like, okay, sure. I went for Letta for the invader,
Yep,
so
that's what
I
did.
could. That's what you did too?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, when you marked dropped weapons, you marked drop weapons, but I think it was Rolana, maybe. Yeah, after I got Spirit Ashes, I decided to go for the ADM Invader, and he marked Rolana. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep on trying to get the Invader block.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I
pretty much on that chance. The moment I went for Rolana, you just won the game, I think. You can't say bro. Like you had much closer to back section already. You had an invader killed. Like you had.
Well, I
so
don't
much
know. I
fire
didn't
on
know
Chief
what map
Bloodfiend.
you had. I did think you didn't really go towards
those-
Shadow Keep because of the dropped weapons and
Yeah, those
when
are
you
two
marked
different things,
Rolana.
right? You could have no idea what I did, but you still kind of like it's kind of a runaway game.
Yeah. Did you expect demi-human? when
Nope.
I marked it.
Nope. I thought Rolana was really important. I thought if you got Rolana, it would have been a really good line, but
Yeah,
I was wrong. Unfortunate.
I was thinking of doing Rolana.
That's always the post games that I get. It's like, yeah, I thought that was a really good line for you. I was thinking about it, and then yeah, just
I was thinking about it, but
it's always the
I
wrong 50-50.
also, I mean, you look at column 5. Column 5 kind of sucks if you don't get Demi-Human Swordmaster, because you showed Moon.
Looks like we're gonna play
okay, he's
Raidans,
gonna
by the
get
way.
dropped weapons, so I'm gonna go for Ons and hopefully get the block from that.
Yep.
And I did die on him, so I was a little scared that you're gonna snipe it from me. I think he marked dropped weapons, and I was like, "Oh, okay." He committed to the drop weapons, but it doesn't look like you. Did you go to ADM?
Nope.
So did you kill the Black Jail Knight as one of them?
Yep.
Okay, and Loger.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because you didn't mark NPC bosses, so
Okay,
I was
we got Dan in a
like,
few minutes.
I figured you only had like one. Okay. Yeah, I guess because I got invaders, it just kind of turned into my game from there.
Dude,
And we
someone in
both
Tom's
decided
chat's
not
trying
to
to start some
sacrifice
shit.
more.
I probably should have.
What the hell?
People lock themselves out of shit all the time, and it just works out for them. So maybe I should start doing that.
Post game
Just
asking
for
me
the
so
lulz,
awkward.
dude.
Yeah. I used to really
Seems like a
like
good
getting
idea.
Yeah, I mean-
into the nitty gritty of post game, and then at a certain point, like I started to appreciate the SWED method of like anything to talk about. Okay, let's go next. Like sometimes there are things that I do have questions about and stuff, but like a lot of times, like somebody's pissed, somebody's sad, somebody's like a little too happy, you know, it's just like stuff.
Race.
Yeah, exactly. And then then you just have an easier time getting it. I don't like. I don't think there's any way to get 10 Skadu quickly without Shadow Keep. So it wouldn't have been any
So
benefit
whoever
to
that
me.
chatter was
I
started a
guess you
fucking
would go and get
started a bit of a
and get
war.
10 Skadu, but then like all other bingos are blocked, so it wouldn't really matter.
And I mean, if you went for like you could have used, I guess, used that time for like getting more map and also getting Skadu yourself, because like
SWED is the right idea.
you're-
Stream
you-
is ultimately
even
about
if you
entertainment
lose a
and feeling
race
good.
for Skadu 10,
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
not really losing.
I respect the competition aspect of like wanting to improve and get better and stuff, and like post game can be a way to do that. But yeah, like I do agree that the primary purpose of stream is to like entertain your audience for sure. I feel that. Apart from the mediated bingo brawlers post games, it often feels a bit tense. Sometimes. I mean, playing a competitive game, losing always feels... Jesus Christ. Alright, let's get out of that. But, like, it... Yeah. I don't know. I am going to let them continue talking for a bit while we wait for Raidans. I'm going to use this as a nice opportunity to let the dog out. We'll be back and playing a match in just a moment. So BRB, just a sec.
So let me see. Then you can get 10 Skadu by already killing Gaius, and then you already have a remembrance weapon from him. And
Yeah, but you can beat me to that remembrance weapon, Mark, because you kill Rolana.
There's no shot. If if you're already in, so I mean the timing seems kind of rough, but like if you're already in back section and you already have an invader killed, then like you're not really wasting that much time killing invaders. So if you were to kill Gaius and get Skadu 10, uh I don't know if I'm beating you necessarily to a Membi if it's a race, which who knows if it's a race, but
You already have it. You already have the weapon. I would have to
Yeah.
go all the way to Gaius to get the weapon.
yeah, and I would
When
I would
I'm
have
fighting
to go
Gaius,
all
you
the
could
way
be
to
fighting
Gaius to-
Mesmer or Gaius.
Sure, but I
Everyone looks deflated playing against Tom. Yeah, it can have that effect on people. NPT, destroyer of dreams, crusher of self-esteem, including his own at times. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I keep saying is the usually the main person who beats Tom is Tom. So either Tom is sad in post game or whoever loses to him is sad. Yeah.
I don't know. Like in my games recently, I'm just making the wrong decisions.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's definitely
It's
not
pretty-
unbeatable
it's
for
pretty,
sure.
Like statistically improbable that it's just by chance.
Wonder also
You know
had a
what I
pretty
mean?
god tier
So
game.
I feel like I need to.
How
Hard to
come
put
you
up
didn't
that
go
kind of
for center
performance,
square?
especially under pressure and stuff.
When both people go for center square and one person loses out on it, it doesn't really turn out to be very good. And then the argument is always, well, at least you're right next to Chief Blood Fiend and the Spirit Ash and blah, blah, blah. But just like,
Who
well,
are we betting all
I
of
thought
our
I can
doggy
get
biscuits
progress
on
other
Friday?
things, but my calculations are just always kind of wrong. I had 2 cookbooks, right? I went
mean,
for the 2
that's-
cookbooks.
That's a fair assessment.
Good question.
You did have 2 cookbooks? Yeah, I got those 2 as well.
Yeah.
I think
I also
Tom's been
died before
looking pretty
Tolier.
beastly.
Yeah.
So I did I was like, if he goes for it and gets it, he gets it, but I'll still potentially be ahead on Spirit Ashes. And maybe
what?
just rush Blood
Oh,
Fiend.
for a cookbook?
Huh?
I feel like a lot of Tom's
Yeah,
like
what?
post game of
Spirit Ash.
how I could have been beaten this game often involves a little bit of psychicness. Wait, actually, one sec.
And if you marked Two-Handed Sword Talisman first before I got to the Grace, I would have went for the Ash and then into Chief Blood Fiend.
You got the
Or
Spirit
Chief
Ash
Blood Fiend
at the
into the
very
Ash.
beginning?
I got the
right
Fort of
away?
Reprimand one.
Like right away is
Uh,
what I'm asking.
Yeah, I went into Fort of Reprimand and I dropped down, got the money, got the Spirit Ash.
And then went for 2-handed?
Mm-hmm. And I got the cookbooks along the way. Because I died on Tiolier, so I was like, I'll just go max synergy on this.
All right. God damn it, dude.
Again?
I could go again. I guess it's the board that I probably should just go for center square anyways, just because it's closer to a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, it would have made sense.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were gonna do.
I forgot the
I was thinking of just collecting like the cookbooks along the way, and then
I forgot the dog gate wasn't closed, so Phoebe could just be like wandering the house eating whatever she wanted. All right, let me check in on Raydans real quick. Oh, there you are. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, where are you at, my Raidans? Oh, there you are.
I've been waiting so
Yeah,
long.
yeah, sure, dude.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Oh, good, yeah.
Good.
Oh, let me reconnect to the real server's back up again, right?
Yes. What server am I
Says I'm
on?
connected. So
I am on the right server, yeah. All right.
Let me change that thingy. Who are you again, Jack?
Yeah, that's that.
Verse. Sorry. I've had a long last 3 or 4 days, dude. It's just been weird. Catching back up to wherever the hell I am. Ugh. I'm like changing jobs at the moment, and I'm at my last 2 weeks in my hospo job.
Oh,
I
damn.
just got absolutely fucking flogged over the weekend, and like I played 2 full games, 180 minutes of football, and went straight to work, and blah, blah. Anyway, my legs and everything's. I'm tired.
I feel
I'm
you.
tired.
I feel you.
I'm a tired boy. All right. Do you have any seeds? Anything set up?
No. I just sent you a knock, by the way. We can do the thing. We can touch
He's knocking.
dude. Twitches.
Where does that even turn up? My Twitch. Click to accept.
Yeah.
Huge.
I can get a lobby.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you play Factorio? Have you ever played Factorio at all?
Never once in my life.
It's pretty good, dude. If you ever thought, man, I feel like doing some crack cocaine and you need like an out, go play Factorio and you'll get the same hit. It's so good.
Okay.
Anyone in your chat right now who's ever played Factorio understands exactly what I just said. They understand exactly what I just said. Like, they know. It's so good. It's literally called Cracktorio. That's its name.
All right, I got our seed.
Radiance needs... All right, Jesus Christ. Anything I stay up for my 3M games, man. My secret sauce.
What format would you like to play?
Base game, then DLC, please.
All right.
I'll definitely do both and not get tilted after one this time.
Sure.
Still happens.
We'll do a series.
Sure, he says. I believe him. Oh, phone call, potential fraud. No, thank you. Go away. I'm not recommending crack, Cookie. I'm saying I'm giving an out if you get the urge. Just play Factorio. I mean, all satisfactory if, I don't know, if you're lame.
Oh.
Alrighty.
I need a music vibe shift as well.
I forgot that I called my last name and I played against Aggie. My name's not Ray. Please call me Dan. They're my 2 names. I forgot about that. I think I got the message across to Dom. I think he picked up what I was putting down.
Ray, what are you doing, Ray?
Why? I think he got the gist. Let me see if I can check that.
I got a scythe.
My Vagabond. Yeah, dude, we are looking kind of sick.
It's
actually.
It's a look. Yeah, definitely. The blue shield
Yeah,
kind of
doesn't
stands
like-
out a little, but
Yeah, the shield kind of sucks, but like, you 2-hand this, you're kind of looking like the Grim Reaper, man. Looking dope.
golden Reaper.
Are these? This is like this helmet? Is this to do with like Radagon at all, or like the red hair? It's giving red hair.
That's a good point. I think they're like servants of Melania, so like kind of by proxy, the whole red hair type thing. So kind of more Melania vibes than Radagon.
Yeah. I'm Vardy would use Australian, so I'm basically him. Yeah, I got blue card shield, scythe, Melania, Moog drip, looking juicy.
Oh, I almost started up with the experimental square set. All right, are you all set?
Nope, you keep that to yourself, dude. I'm like, watching that, I'm like, oh man, that looked painful.
Painful.
I feel
Oh
so
no,
bad.
not the tools thing, not that one.
The tools. Ah, right.
Yeah,
right,
no,
right,
no,
right.
no.
Sorry. What's the experimental one? Like you're making different like.
It's
different
for bingo club.
format? Okay.
Yeah, kind of like the community next step from season 6 is what we're working on.
Very cool. Very cool.
All right.
Oh, dear.
Are you all
right.
set?
Yeah, sir. I'm good to go.
Let's do a good luck. Good luck.
Good luck, love you. Bye.
Do I have the prep time set correctly? I do. Huge. All right. Somber stone bell bearings in the center. Oh boy. Oh boy. Interesting. -5. I mean, that's a fucking damn good class. Jesus. I mean... Whoa. However, both of these weapons do bleed as far as the Godskin Noble is concerned, so... But you can't really pass this up, huh? Decent amount of synergy in row 5. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the worst. I don't think it's like the primary idea that we want to be sending, but... I would really love to get something to do the Somberstone bell bearings, but goddamn, leaving behind that class seems awful, actually. The problem is, Great Katana and Omen Killer Cleaver do not use the same primary stat, really. I guess if you put Wild Strike's Ash of War on the Great Katana, you could make it heavy, not too hard, or not too badly. What are we closer to? We have, like, no decks, so I think we're Omen Killer Cleavering. Still fat. Okay. Although, actually, I'm dying to this Scion anyway, because I can't wield any of this shit. So I'm going to unstar this guy. So the question is, are we full sending the Somberstone bell bearings, or are we doing something else first? Kind of need money regardless. I know Dan likes to do early upgrades, but I also feel like he's been kind of training to be out on the map a little faster than that. How good is max upgrades this game? Kind of just Vike. Yeah, there's kind of a high rune levels in there. There's also Margaret Perry's. I didn't see that one. Six levels for this thing. trying to decide if I'm going Halleck Tree, basically, at this moment. I think I go Gate Fronts. I don't see a ton of value in a Geo Lake North by comparison. Get the Kukuri. I really like Dropped Ashes of War. I really like Dragonkin. How are the diagonals? Like, how important is center square, actually? I feel like if you go for Treecent's Duo... I'm going to try and not go for center square, I think. I'm going to try and go for the Dragonkin upgrade route with Ashes of War. Kind of present a column 1 and then go for Treecent Duo and flash charges. Potentially try and take away Wormface if I can. We'll see. I gotta... We'll see. Because that would fully neutralize center square, more or less. Nah, I don't have a parry, so I'm not really all that interested in trying to track it down anytime soon. This one. Holy shit, load faster, please. I kind of like stalling at that one these days because it's so hard to pick up for me for some reason. Even though Omen Killer Cleaver is goated, I'm still going to check this thing. Deathpoker is even more goated if it happens to be here. It's good to know about. Helfin's also a very reasonable option. Also a strength weapon. 22 faith is hard to come by, but... Or, ints, rather. Omen Killer Cleaver might just be better than Helfin's in this format. This is, like, pretty easy to get a smithing weapon online. I'm gonna pop most of this, but not all. Fuck's sake. I'm gonna crack this ash. Probably should have got endurance actually, but whatever. Fuck. So the idea here is to kind of spring a double while he's going for Somberstone Bell Bearings. I don't want to go too hard at Dragonkin Soldier. This is money, right? I believe this is cash as well, but it's got that, like, surprise squid. Yeah. Too dangerous to go for. I could do this +0 potentially. This Dragonkin soldier, given that I have wild strikes and stuff. But I also I'm just pretty sure he's gonna go do the bell bearings. So like I'm not super concerned about doing this at like peak speed. Hope this is enough. What? What was that? I like fell on the horse a little and wasn't able to pop the rune. That's ridiculous. Why did I get a new... Is that message always there? Wouldn't mind grabbing that Ice Rhine to upgrade a Somber, but I'm not on the Somber route just yet anyway, so I'm gonna leave it there. I don't have like a lot of cash. Oh, I also have Helfins. It's fine. Even though it isn't super great to put heavy on, I want it for later, so I'm gonna do it right now. I may also just like try and steal his worm face first before going for the tree scent duo. I gotta make up my mind about that. I'm gonna try and remember to pick up this Scar Seal here because it could help me wield Helfins potentially. Do I have... Yeah, I do. Oh, actually, I should grab the sacred tier down here as well. This is life, right? And then I would like this. Actually, Square Off is down here too, right? Hang on. Am I cooking? How many players are in the playoffs for Brawlers? I believe it is 8. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this value. And I think rather than getting the Bloodblade one, I think it's faster to just grab this one because it's like less tanky. And then with this weapon, I think I can do Worm Face. Maybe I should grab this Grease, actually. There's no... I forgot if you just run at it, that happens. Fuck. Alright, then typically we skip this Grace when grabbing this Ash, do the skip, break the thing, and then, because you're in combat anyway, so come back down afterwards and lose combat that way. Alright, try to remember to grab the golden seed after Worm Face. Jack. This can kill Noble, technically. Gotta be a little careful of the column 3 if I'm letting him have bell bearings and, like, let him get out too far ahead on all the misbegotten shit as a block on my column 1. Interesting. Okay, I feel like he's got one bell bearing ready to go. Potentially. That could be the end of an AFK 12 and just killing Tree Scent Duo. Hard to say. We'll see when the next marks come. Jump. Jump! What the fuck? Hello? Just like stumbling down the rocks. Huge. Okay, where's the tier from here? Okay, I think I'd try to contest the center square. Maybe. Checking to see if I have any runes in pocket in case I need to Mog here. Yeah, I do have a weapon for Noble. It's not like a great weapon, but it does work. I'm gonna route this as if I'm going to get sniped and that I want the stones. Brother. Jesus Christ. With my luck, I'm kicking that down. Any dragons on the board? I don't really see any, but doesn't hurt to grab. Not gonna rip my rock grease for this. Should have enough damage. Pretty smooth. Wish I could fight FSB like that all the time. Where did Wander drop? Did he drop here? I think he did. Okay. Into the Stallion duo. Still only +9, so not the best damage, but... Wild strikes go brrr. If I get this, I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good. That was a little ballsy to go for, I think. Hypothetically, he did like an AFK 12 setup and just killed the Tree Scent duo really quick. and I could have been behind on damage. Now I almost like the look of 2 catacombs, kind of on the way to Radon, maybe. Not like full send Radon, but do the Sem Shade. I'm not going to go Lake of Rot or anything. I don't know. It could also just be snipes. Like, it's always hard to say. I don't want to, like, throw my game in the toilet for no reason, but... For fuck's sake. Whatever.
I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
Well... I guess from here it's fast, or it's just like chiller to go down and around. Nice try, bitch. Might put a few levels into strength here. Got a heavy infusion after all. This may be a little defensive, but at a 4-1 lead, I do want to kind of start to close out majority while I wait to see what's going on. Could also express a little bit of concern about the row 5. These catacombs are just, like, super quick. This gives me a little bit of progress towards Radon. Duelist gets me... Okay. I think I split Godric and the Staves after this. Makes a lot of sense from him. Jesus Christ, actually. Did I run out of stam or something? It's unfortunate. He just, like... What? The fuck? I'm aware Radon is dead, guys. I'm aware. Let me focus on the fight. I don't know how that hit me. I was, like, definitely rolled past him, but whatever. No, it's not a true combo. Certain parts of it are, for sure. There we go, finally, Jesus. He just, like, wasn't giving me a single move that I could just, do this shit on, for some reason. Whoops, whatever. So, in the bingo club formats, we allow Margit parries on Altus Margit. I have no idea if that's true in Brawlers. But I am gonna lock myself out of this to do Godric, because I think I'm in a perfectly good spot on...
These foolish ambitions to rest.
I thought I strafed that. Buh. Oh yeah, I could also be working towards Helfins.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished. I shall remember thee, tarnished.
Actually, I'm gonna test something. I feel like it's a secure block if I just full send this. So I'm not gonna split the stabs. Because of the Margit 6 parries. Maybe he would lock himself out to get an edge on it. But I don't know. Ooh. Interesting. He's doing kind of a nice job playing with his threats, to be honest. I like how he's playing. Fuck off! Jesus Christ. Sometimes Stormveil just, like, wants to ram its Stormblade up your ass and jiggle it a little. It's also possible he's not really, like, trying to leverage threats and just trying to solve the diagonals as quick as he can. Yeah, I think I go straight for this and then Godskin Noble. Fuck. 1 cycle on plus 15.
And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Hmm. Given how he's kind of playing with a couple lines. Nike! Can I, in Brawlers formats, do Margit parries and Altus? I can? Okay. I wasn't sure if that was just a bingo club thing. How close am I on the Sacred Flash charges? I'm at 8 and I have 2? I think I actually have this. Hang on. Let's drop this. Drop Steeple. Pick up Steeple.
Those out of a chat find them well.
Definitely the Altus Margit is going to be tougher, for sure. I'm not going for it right now, by the way. I'm trying to mark Sacred Flash charges and then go Volcano Manor immediately. I still have kind of a warning flag of Margit parries if he decides to go for Godric's Great Rune for the row 5. I don't believe he's going to purposefully lock himself out of it because of the way that he's playing. Okay, that's also interesting. I'm very surprised he hasn't gone for like the staves and sorceries kind of combo or whatever. He's not really playing in the way that I expected, to be honest, which is good. It's making for an interesting game. Do I need this grace, like, at all? I don't think I do. How baller would it be, by the way, to go do the 2 Crucible Knights in the Altus Hero's Grave rather than do Gelmir like a puss? Would be cool. I wonder if I should do, like, Melania right here. Now let's do Godskin first. I did get that grace, right? I worked pretty quick. Alright, this should be the 10 charges, I think. 8. 9. 10. Yo, what up, Q up? I'm gonna kill this guy with a fucking Lucerne, I think. It will not be great. But it'll work, technically speaking. Have any greases? Not that I can use on this. Kind of like the idea of going straight from Noble into Melania rather than Rykard for the 65. Then maybe restoring the Great Rune depending on what Margit Parry's is looking like.
If you have, rise with your decision. Now you believe the drawing room. I am Tanit.
The kind of crazy thing is if I had finished sending the catacombs, you would have been like sniped on that somehow and life would be looking kind of crazy. Didn't really expect him to go for that. I stopped going for it because it felt like a low synergy play. Interesting choices all around. I hate that. Whatever. Heckin' Kevin, am I right? I bet all my Germans went to sleep already. Alright, there's a world where I die to this, so we'll pull the thing. I don't have a lot of vigor. You know, it's whoever you hate most in the world, that's who it is. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. What the fuck? Slow and steady. What the fuck? He hasn't done market parries yet. What the fuck? I don't know how that roll happens that way. Still with alpha for this? We do. It won't be necessary, but we do. That was fucking very strange. I can't remember the last time I've been grabbed by her. Alright, come on, buddy boy. Wow, look at that. What? That was weird. Trying to keep a close eye on my stamina. I don't have very much endurance. Oh, huge. I almost rolled that early. Holy frame drop. And he bleeds. Nope, nope.
The mark of a true.
I think I go for it. Man, if I had lit the ones at the end after Dragonkin Soldier Boss, that would have been crazy. Honestly, forgot there was one here. That's good that I didn't miss it. I think I warp back to that Grace, though. I think that will save me some time, potentially. Actually, maybe it's not even that much time. So I'll be in combat anyway. May have saved like 2 seconds. Maybe. Jesus Christ. I think I'm mogging this cache, by the way. This is the last one, I'm pretty sure. Bit of an F right there, but it's fine. Horny power rises. We must touch the horny power. Pyritos. Well, we'll see. We both probably started this at roughly the same time, so could be a little RNG or something. My damage is going to be pretty good, though. No stamina. Gigi.
GG's. Did you do Melania, you sneaky man?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, you can't. I'm like, I got this. I've done all the big things. I was in the middle of the Borealis fight, which would have been my 65.
Oh, really?
Very close. Yeah. She was snug. Very snug. I need to consider Melania for these things, so I don't even consider her at all.
Yeah. Certain chatters were like, you should close out on Godric's Great Rune because of the lion, the row 5. I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure I need to be doing Melania here.
Yeah. Did you have any progress on staves at all?
No, Stone Cold 0. I had
I had
Godric dead, so
an starting race.
I just needed to restore the rune for the block on the row 5.
Okay, cool. I was more for the column 2. That's what I was looking at. Yeah. Wait, you just skipped Margit with parries?
So you can parry. Okay, this is. I thought that this was true. I wasn't sure. I confirmed with Nike, who also I'm not entirely sure always has the correct answer, but you can parry Altus Margit for Margit 6 parries, allegedly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Is that actually a thing?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm not 1,000% sure. I know it's a bingo club rule. Most of our rules come from Brawlers originally. You've been told that that's allowed since day 1, Twisty. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is correct. That you can parry Altus Margit. So yeah. The goal was to kind of hide that I had the Restore Great Rune ready because the row 5 was a bit scary. But then you were doing other things, and so I was like, oh well, okay, I guess. Like, you played the board differently than I expected, and so I was like, I was very confident with my early lead, and then I had like one Catacomb dead, and I was working towards Radon, and stuff like that, and then you started to present row 4 and 5, and I was like, oh, is he like eyeing up for a bingo angle? And then I didn't really clock the row 2 at all, the column 2 at all. I was just like, I think I can get this row 2 before he does those other things. And then you marked Vike, and I was like, oh, okay, well that works too.
What if I had a foot for Vike, it would have been enough. No, it would have been like too short. It would have been real frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting play. I never thought about that. Because it is. I've literally never stopped to like interact with that Margit. It's always just a drive-by. Like, I've never once paid him notice, I guess.
He's just the tarnished guy.
Yeah, I see the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, I had a shield. Oh, Distinguished Great Shield. That is not a parry shield. Never mind. That is not a parry shield.
What'd you do at the start?
Worth checking, because like I'm worried about the name saying Margit or something. Anyway, at the start I upgraded to plus 15, did tree scent, upgraded further, then I just saw the value down the bottom there. And I was happy with the play. I think it was a good play. I just needed to get I should have like thought Melania earlier. Because like I've done a bit of Melania practice. I can do Melania. I just don't think about her. I'm like, nope, not on the board, not my problem kind of thing, you know. I think it would have been okay. Because that would have been interesting. Anyway.
There's a chance.
I knew this was Margit.
There's a chance Reichard would have been enough. I don't know. I had 200,000 extra runes at the end to spare that I wound up mogging to just like get through the Ancestor torches faster.
Yeah, fair. Did you have any of those?
No, Reichard wouldn't have been enough then. Huh?
Did you have any of those lit?
No.
Yeah, I tried to go there straight away. I just save and quit 3 times because every time I came back from Borealis, he would start fucking screaming at me again. And I had to quit out 3 times. Get out of that damn fight. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, the only prep that I did was I just leveled up in Shifra. That was all the prep that I had, so I just had one less loading screen.
Yeah, fair. Did you go towards Leonine Misbegotten?
No.
At all for one of your... Okay, I was curious if you went... I was happy to just leave that one there for a bit, but I was like, you got the Sacred Flask. Like, I wonder if you got the one down there, then went there. Because I went to the Deathbird, got the Flask, got the Grace there, left, came back later kind of vibe. Yeah, I was curious if you went down there at all.
Yeah, I just kind of stumbled into the flash charges. I grabbed like a few. Like I
Yeah,
grabbed the one
kinda.
after Dragonkin. I grabbed just some setting up like
Oh yeah, there's
just
one
random
up there. I
shit.
always forget there's one up there. Can you get that from the Dragonkin Arena?
Yeah, you just drop down. I also got the square off Ash of War down there as well for drop dashes.
True. I always see that, and I'm like, I wonder if that's ever gonna come into play. That's kind of cool. I like that. Interesting. All right. Well, I need a piss break. This
All
is
right.
a world record for me, 53 minutes. Doing pretty well. And we'll boot up some DLC.
All right.
Alrighty. Okay. I'll be.
Yeah. Let's go see what Snail Cave looks like while he's doing that. How god-awful is this in vanilla? I've only done it in French, I think. And it's god-awful. Actually, does anyone know what it's called? I could just, like, hit it with the tools. Just to, like, get there. Save myself a little bit of running. Just don't know what the damn thing's called. This is not that far, it's just like in the nook here. Still kind of sucks in vanilla, yeah. Plus, you have to kill Snail. That's not that far away. Yes. Submit 2 stone sword keys to get your ass whooped. What a great deal. I also don't really know the way through here properly. Ow. Holy damage. Ah! Somewhere in here there's like the half dozen NPCs or whatever. Is there a breaking ground that like drops me in or something? I can't remember.
Everybody in Raydan's chat, I just want to say that he is a pee-pee poo-poo pants. Bye-bye.
Damn. Imagine being a pee-pee poo-poo pants. Couldn't be me. This place is kind of cool, like, thematically, I guess. It's not like that crazy of a run, to be honest. The fight, however. Nice.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, sir.
Are you playing another one with Dan?
Yeah.
He'll do anything to run away from me, dude.
What is he doing?
Dan fucking hates me. Dan hates me, dude.
Oh, I
I'm
see.
like, I'm like, yo, Dan, bingo? He's like, nah, man. And then it's the excuse of the day. Oh, but he'll swing at the opportunity to play with anyone else.
Yeah, variety
Do you
is the
think
spice
this-
of life.
Do you think this boss? I should show chat what I'm looking at. Do you think this boss should be considered a trio boss?
Does the snail have a health bar?
Yes. I
Then
mean,
yes.
duo, trio. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
See, I think it should be considered a duo or a trio boss, but Domo's not a fan.
What? I'm gonna get noble presenced. Oh wait, never mind. I'm just gonna die. There's no stake here? What the fuck?
Yeah, this cave is pretty bad.
Wow. Okay.
Whoa, dude. You can come here to go for cave and god synergy.
You can, yeah. If only
Holy
there were
cow,
a
dude.
faster... Oh, wait, what the fuck? If only there were a
only there
faster
was-
cave with a god boss in it.
Or god boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Wait, there's multiple ways through this place?
Yeah, you can either drop down at the beginning,
Fuck.
or you just go a long way.
No!
You okay, man? You having a moment?
Yeah, I'm just fighting Snail.
Hail.
Yeah.
Godskin,
The
duo
Godskin?
fail.
Oh, ZBD's here.
What did I say, Jack? Hey, he fucking-
When you're right, you're right.
Yep. When I'm right, Dan's wrong. That's how it
Dan's
is.
wrong. When Dan's right, Dan's wrong.
True.
Truing. How you doing, CBD?
Fight me, Dan.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, I'm due to go back to the gym again. I'll fight.
Fight me in Long Beach.
I'm a good
It'll be
wrestler.
The expose match. So it's gonna be the undercard.
I've had a lot of practice in hospitality, throwing fucking bums out like you. CBD.
Bums out like me. I don't think I've ever gone to a bar willingly in my life.
Except that one time in TwitchCon where I couldn't get in the bar. Like, you need
Outside
your
of
passport.
TwitchCon, I feel like even with TwitchCon, I think I've always been dragged to a bar.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Dude, I'm still annoyed about that, man. Like, that was the one night where I died. And I
Yeah,
couldn't do
before you got the fucking plague.
I got the plague. And I couldn't go out because I didn't have my ID, like my passport. I was like 34 years old at the time. Like, let me in, dude. Jesus Christ.
I don't know, man. He might have been a young 14-year-old lad.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
He's kind of a baby face, so I
Ate
can
some
see it.
Subway and died. Oh, what are you doing, Jack? What's happening over here? Where
He's
are you?
practicing. He's practicing the god boss cave synergy.
Oh,
The hitherto
bossy.
unknown god
Yeah.
boss cave synergy.
That sounds awful.
I don't know. It would be god synergy given the actual bosses. No, the Godskin Noble and Godskin
Oh, but-
Apostle have health bars. Yeah, boss health bars.
But I guess there's only one god boss there, because it's still like one. You gotta kill them both.
Only one enemy filled, yep.
Yeah, it's only one god boss. And this also does not count as a trio boss, nor a duo boss.
Really?
Yeah, I asked Demo.
Yes.
I think
Okay, fine,
last
this was
season.
it.
and
DLC?
he said, no, sir.
But like, if you do Gargs quick enough, that's not a duo fight either.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Just saying.
Wait, what was the
You
point?
know what? I don't want to
you
get into
made?
these. What?
What was the point you made? I completely missed what you said.
It's not important. I don't want to get.
Well,
into it.
actually, an even
Um,
better point would be if you do tree scent duo the way that we do it. It's also
Yeah,
not
one
a
at a
duo
time.
fight.
Yeah, it's one at a time, dude.
Tree
Two
Center do
different
the way
health
that we do
bars.
it.
Yeah, where
One
we
at a
like
time.
fight one while the other one's off taking a walk. You know, that's not two health bars on screen at the same time. You know, duo fight. I don't know.
Well, it is possible that they are.
It is possible.
That's probably the
Yeah.
what.
Yeah,
demos
like the game
these
intends
days.
you to fight them at the same time, but we like that's why I think what my statement about the gargoyles is BS. Like it's just bad faith. Because like, well, if you kill them fast enough, it's a duo fight. You're really strong to kill them fast. Yeah, but,
Bad
like,
faith rules
technically-
arguments. Where have I heard this before?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But a poison stashes in DS2 counted as a hit. Is that the question though? CBD?
With or without a stagger.
Ooh, without a stagger.
Well, then what's the definition of a hit, Dan?
Yeah, well, it's an enemy dealing damage or staggering you, right? Right. But if it doesn't deal damage, it doesn't stagger you.
Yeah.
hit?
So bada bing, bada boom.
Bada
What's
I
the
blah.
take on
don't give a
sec?
shit about
I
this.
hadn't
I just
played
know it's
DS2.
something that is talked about. I don't care about DS2 no hit rules. But Jack,
But-
get that one off your board. Don't keep count. I don't want fucking give me a one. Give me
Why
a
are
two.
you stream
Make mine bigger.
sniping, bro?
Because I want to see what you were doing. And then the god, not in the match, and the gods. No,
Listen,
yeah,
the one is the one.
Alright.
People need to know. Otherwise, I'll get asked. How
Yeah, that's my one.
was
I'm
the
on
night
top,
going,
Jack.
Jack? How many wins have you got, Jack?
Jack's the bottom. I'm the top.
The pin message. Read the
Saying.
pin message. There's not
So when
currently
I
a pin
hit
message.
on people, they get staggered to IRL. Speak your truth, King.
Then he woke up.
All right. Well, I guess I don't need to
Wow.
ask what weapon you have since you already have sniped my stream.
I don't know. I've got the lizard great
Yes.
sword fork. tongue.
Age-old question before you guys start, but is a walking mausoleum a hit? Is it an enemy or is the health bar? Yeah.
What is
It's
it?
not
Does it need to have a
strap.
health bar?
What's the definition of an enemy?
I mean, it can kill you. Like, it can step on you and kill you, so.
So can the rock geysers.
Those don't count as hits?
No, that's not a trap.
Environmental.
What? Why? They're also
Because-
easy enough to avoid, no?
Oh, just because you can avoid it doesn't mean it should be considered a hit.
I think walking mausoleums should count as a hit.
So they're enemies?
Hey, you're assuming that I agree with the definition of what is a hit. I don't agree. I'm not saying I agree with that. I think walking mausoleum should be a hit.
All right, start your game.
Well, it should be vibe checks. Check with Dan. If Dan says it's a hit, and then that's blanket statement. There's no.
If
like,
Dan says it, you
Dan-
just ignore him and
If
do your own
Dan
thing.
says, dude, there's vibes. One day it might, one day not be. That one might be BS. Next one.
It's like what the definition of a kilogram was. It's just a platinum fucking cylinder somewhere in like France or something.
I don't know why. I'm like a kilogram. Like, is that a name? What's like killer? Anyway, I didn't hear kilogram. I heard killer gram. Anyway, I have a lizard greatsword, Jack. Is that what you
Yeah, I've had that for a while, and you know that.
I don't know that.
Yeah,
Wild
sure.
that you insinuate that. You know what I said after I topped off call? I'm like, I don't think Jack knows how to handle me. Every time I say something like off tilt, of like kilter, I get met with a It's like,
Yeah,
you know? And I don't know, it makes me want to continue, you know? What do you want to talk about?
I'm
Jack?
easy to fuck with. Feel free.
What do you want to talk about?
What do I want to talk about?
Yeah.
Are we getting to know one another?
Yeah, what's if you had, I just got to ask this question. If you had to be one animal, what would it be?
Hmm.
Hmm?
Something that is a flying bird of prey, I guess.
Right? That's what I said, dude.
Flying would be
The
cool.
stipulations are flying and it lives a long time.
Yeah. Flying,
like, tiny.
long life,
You know,
bird of
yeah.
prey. I would totally be
Yeah.
down to be a little vegetarian cheapy bird. Like, that sounds like a more peaceful life. But bird of prey, you don't have to, like, watch out. Like I don't want to live
Yeah.
watching my back, you know?
Or be like a magpie or some shit. I don't know if you have these in America, but a magpie in Australia, befriend a family and they'll feed you for life. I have a magpie on my parents' farm. They've fed that thing for like 12 years. It's fat and content. Flies everywhere, dude.
Damn.
That's the life.
And the like giga radioactive spiders that you got down there haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, a radioactive spider. Every person here is Tobey Maguire. It's true.
Yeah. Damn, what a
Would you rather
badass little
shoot
bird.
webs out of your wrist or like out of a web maker?
My knee-jerk reaction was it would feel gross to shoot a substance out of your body, but then I realize every other substance we shoot out of our body, it kind of feels good. So
Chat, calm down. Chat, don't say it. We were all thinking it. You don't need to say it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, to get used to it, but at the same time, like, get it out of my wrist, dude. That's gross. It's nasty.
yeah,
All right, we can start if you want.
okay.
This is great. So, blah, 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 blah. Oh, what's my nun? Nun is heckin', bewitching branch.
Yeah.
Cool beans.
All right. Good luck.
Good luck. Love you. Bye.
What a dude.
Yeah, chat. Dan won't play me because he's scared of. Oh, I'm not muted.
CBD is gonna be filthy. Realize this is my last game as well. He's gonna be fucking ropeable.
I was just like,
I'm
holy shit, Dan,
coaching-
start the match. And then I realized that I am in fact in charge of that.
I'm coaching Patty, so I'm not waiting for you, Dan. Get fucking.
Yeah,
pooped
good.
on.
She's
Bye-bye.
better Australian than me anyway. So fucking whatever.
Yeah,
Good luck.
absolutely.
Bye.
All right, what do we got here? 2 blessings. Hell yeah. A little bit of Garu potential. Concoction. Kind of a few fast things. I don't really care that much. 9 Skidoo is kind of on the faster side of things. It does kind of look like just go back section. Same as always. Balls. I guess Rakshasa with balls. Could be buh.
But I can also that you're not then. Why not? I am Carlin.
Hypothetically, an early Scorpion Stew could be kind of cool to get a Frost Infusion on the old balls. Yeah, we definitely go Blessings. Frenzy's kind of good. Mattinghan, Midra, Rakshasa. 4 perfumes. Definitely worth eyeing up an early Frenzy. I think it's like Rush Blessings, fight over back section, go Frenzy. I think it's kind of the general vibe that I have right now. Also kind of interested in this Mog. A lot of times I would skip this 2 Skidoo for a premium Rush Square, but with 9 Skidoo on the board, I'm going to grab it. I would assume my opponent would as well, so... Only minorly squirrel cucked. Lost 1/10 of a second. I'm still not entirely sure what Blanks did to aggro the Mesmer soldiers when he did this against Sirius. Phoebe is dreaming, and those dreams are squeaky. Very squeaky. Yo, what up, Sklort? Last game was kind of a banger. No idea how this one's gonna go, but last game was very good. Hypothetically, I could opt for Tiole's Grace here to, like, do Concoction a little faster on a backtrack, but meh. I just kind of want to, like, do this and go back section. A little bit of bad lighting for Tiole's skip. It's fine, though. Yo, what up, Bachman? Don't think I need reprimand for anything else after this square. Oh, I thought I missed that for a sec. Normally I do something kind of different to break it. I like jump and smack it, but with fists it's kind of hard to do that. Oops. Huge time loss. Oh my fucking god! That's a tilter. That's a fucking tilter, actually. I had the pop-up and it just didn't pick up. I wonder where I lost time. I wonder if he skipped a grace, actually. That's fucking irritating. I had like a couple little tiny hiccups along the way. I'm impressed by these guys' times. Jesus Christ. I keep expecting to, like, I keep expecting to win this square because I'm, like, pretty decent at it, but I did get beat by Swed, and now I got beat by Raydan, so I am indeed washed. Yeah, the one squirrel attack. Brother. That was a very nice time from him. Can't see shit, by the way. The skidoo is not plus 5 seconds. It's like a couple seconds. Wait. Might have skipped it, though. Maybe, maybe. That'll kill NPCs. Happy with that. I can't see shit. I have no idea if I'm running at my line or not. Kind of looks like I'm missing it. There it is. Kind of hope he backtracks for the Olaze concoction. Trying to decide whether Braid or Secret Right Skull is better on this board. It's probably Braid. Is there even any meta on this board? I just kind of grabbed that on autopilot. There's actually not, I don't think. Huh, oops. That could lose me Golden Braid, hypothetically. Oh, there is? You want someone? Or even is that? Oh, yeah, there it is. In the row 2. Even if I had seen that, I don't think I would have grabbed that Grace, to be honest. I'll probably be eyeing up the buffs this game because of incant only. Also, this thing can't get an infusion, so the buffs are kind of important for keeping up with good scaling. Oh yeah, that's a good point as well. That's a better square to have that for than Yolan. I don't think there was much under the water. I don't think there's anything, actually. Accidentally did a running R2 instead of a tap R2. Skidoo is not free. End of explanation. So, the problem with losing Blessings of America to a snipe means that it's kind of a 50-50 which of the Golden Braid Ansbach squares he's going to be interested in. I want Braid, I'm pretty sure. But if he goes for Braid and I get sniped, the game is kind of over. It's very, very tough from there. I'm kind of hoping he gets nervous about chasing back section and goes and grabs Concoction. That's kind of what I'm hoping. I don't think he should, but that's what I would like to see. That works. Perfect timing for me to pivot as well. Actually, I can put a lot of pressure on this column 3 because of that decision. I'm not sure he has no back section. He might still have some. I wonder if I have time for Concoction as well. Might be a little on the greedy side. We'll see, we'll see. I'm not gonna finish Concoction until I'm more ahead on the other things, but I can at least grab the syrup while I'm here.
The town lady let us another town. My name is I too. Oh, are you not affected? I'm fear of St. Trina would kindly befall in. The problem is I would sack.
Hmm. 3 minutes.
I am answered now like I'm hardy. Yeah, kindly make the fog and folly. Once I challenged, I knew not. I believed that I could not have been Nicola the Pure. There is nothing. Held together, even if so. Our mother, she did. We.
I don't see any more squares.
Sad, sad.
I may have fucked up, but I don't see any.
I'm feeling St. Trina. Oh, I have to say it's wonderful. I don't think I'll have to think. You two did. I'll mix up. If you find sleep is then take this conch for you for all.
after but there was one so. It appears has been taken surely after fate I do and what the implicate. Yes, even the as if he plans to he has. I guess I'm afraid one thing.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to focus through all that. So greeded the concoction ever so slightly just to, like, do it in Shadowkeep so that, you know, try and trigger the snipes like the best I possibly can. There's a chance I'm behind on Golden Braid now. If so, fine, that sucks, but whatever. There's also a chance I'm not. Now we're heading back gate for Golden Braid. Still not upgraded, but that's fine. Row 2 is pretty terrible, actually. I keep an eye on that one. A lot of south / Giga shit stuff. I did buy Ritual Shield so that I can contest that Egon's Finger, hypothetically. But I don't want to. After this, we grab a Grace for FSB and go get upgraded. I may also check Corrin for incantations while I'm in Roundtable, just to see if there's something absurd. But I kind of think getting back on the map and killing FSB faster is probably better. Not entirely sure. I'm gonna grab this on my way in to check, just in case if this shit's goated. I could check afterwards, just in case it's like a giga close race. Yeah, whatever. Bullshit. Okay. Now, I've got a pretty terrifying column 3. Okay, where's the drop down? Could also consider like hefty pots at this time. Because I'm scared of the row 2, I am going to check the incants. Oh wait, Corrin is disappeared for a little bit. I'll buy the stones and shit first. I always forget my Corrin takes forever to load in.
Welcome to I teach and explore so that one ensuring by the way you do most time you are well.
That works.
You're no matter loud, you're
Did I buy armor? Yeah, okay. My muscle memory's still good. Huge. Nice. Good trade. Okay, yeah, we're trying to set up for a Gaius Mog. Whoops. I fell. Simply stand and bang. What? What the fuck? It wouldn't let me off torrent. What? What? It all started from not being able to be let off torrent. That was like... that was some horse shit. I would have gotten a stagger. Bah. It's fine. I'm amazed he hasn't claimed this square, by the way. Like, look at the rest of this line. Very gross. Look at that, he got off torrent. That's crazy. No, please. Nice. Should have rock grease, but... What in the fuck? I don't even know if it's like worth it at this point, but we'll do it. Really? Worked last time. How's it been going? It's been going good, Aggro. How you been doing? How was Legacy? How's the Legacy event? I think after this it's South time. Maybe. Just to defend against the Row 2. Breath of fresh air? Hell yeah. Still like a base game? Liar. I should have put in Skidoo. I don't know what I'm thinking. Now I have to grab ADM's stupid grace. Fair. Those are definitely different statements. Not gonna be doing charge attacks on ADM. We'll just pop that guy on. Then put in the Skidoo, because I'm a dodo. How bad is top left diagonal if I don't claim hefty pots, actually? It's kind of not great. Okay, I can get the 9 Skidoo very quickly. When was the last time that I played you in the base game? Probably for, like, the vanilla tournament, like, a year ago. I would have to imagine. Unless we played in 2 worlds or something. But that wouldn't really, you know, not the same thing. No, but we practiced against one another. I don't think I've ever played you in an official in base game. I also might not have played you in an official in DLC, now that I'm thinking about it. God. Cringe. I don't know why my cancel tech isn't working on him properly. Yeah, the first hit misses for no fucking reason. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god, he's so fucking cringe. There it goes. Died a rot, idiot. Ugh. CBD probably just saw me level like 37 faith and is like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, that only takes 26? Whoops, I overleveled, whatever. Yeah, that's the goal. I don't think Raydance is going to do it very early, so I'm not like super aggressive on it. I want to get these hefty pots. Free decks. Dude, if only dry leaf whirlwind could go on the balls, that'd be sick. Could also finish, like, the Skidoo and stuff. I've got a lot just hanging out ready to go. But Skidoo is only aggressive. At a 6-2, I want to be a little bit defensive here. I do not know what he's cooking up. It's also not free dex, it makes your flask shitty. Yeah, all of the horn scent related helms make your flasks worse. It's like a lore thing, like, because your flasks are from the Erd tree, so like having a horn scent thing on. Whoops, fuck. I didn't get a jump for some reason. Buh. No, you're fine. Just like ran off the edge slightly a bit too much. I guess I could just Mog. I don't need the Twig Tech or whatever. Okay, but now I can do the incants and then I'm in full majority. This is definitely my last game. Definitely my last game. This is why you check core in early, so that you can, like, plan around this kind of thing. Because otherwise I could have just, like, dumped a shitload of strength and not been able to cast this thing. I mean, it just makes the same pattern around you every time, I'm pretty sure. Oh, fuck. Got a little unlucky on that. What?
GG. You win.
Okay.
You win.
Were you trying to prep the row too?
Trying out some shadow prep, and it was working. I didn't think you'd go for that one though. So.
Yeah, I did identify that row as being kind of dangerous early, and so I checked Corrin pretty early. Found ADLS and It's like, I'm gonna get ready for this.
DLS. Yeah, fair. Fair. Did I beat you on America's Blessing?
Yeah. I pressed Y on the item when I saw the pop-up and it didn't pick up. And then you marked it. As I was like riding by, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Grab the thing. I think given that it takes me a little bit of time to like reach for my button, I'm pretty sure you get it either way, but it was very, very close.
Yeah, fair. I have a foot pedal, man. Foot pedal is huge.
It is. I agree. But my dog would eat it, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Dan, for the love of God, do jumping R2s on this guy.
Really? With the balls, you reckon?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we jail knighting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you skipped the skidoo in the church, Dan?
Down the bottom, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you made up time on him. Even though he didn't get the Scotty.
Gotcha.
Where was the time at? Was like a better Tiolia skip or
probably the Tiolia drop down and stuff.
No, you were only slightly ahead after you warped away, so I guess the line was just a little bit cleaner.
Dude, NPCs with balls sucks.
Yeah. You didn't opt for like the Highland Axe in Bonnie to do NPCs?
Yeah, fair.
You mean the Great Axe?
Or yeah, the Great Axe. I always get them confused. Highland Axe just seems like it should be a big ass axe, you know?
Yeah, when it's just a regular one.
Man. Oh, is that one moment? Sure. Yeah, I guess this ball just kind of suck against this. What?
At what point did you start the shadow prep, Dan? Out of curiosity.
Just kill me, buddy. What did you get? Golden Braid, I reckon. Like, I could have competed for other things. I just wanted to try it.
Yeah.
Like, it's practice. That's what practice is for, obviously, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, let's see what this feels like. And it felt alright, but like, I should have pulled the trigger, I guess. I didn't have enough money. I had 22 fights. I didn't have enough to use Incan anyway, but yeah, like I could have competed like a bunch of things. Like I could have got like Falling Star Beast, so I could have gone for the drop tallies. Had 2 of those. There's like Skadu and Rixasha. There's lots of things that I just sort of started around then. But you know what? Let's try something, see what happens. And I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of it.
You did pick the right line, I think. That was
yeah,
a pretty shitty line. It's a good one to do.
Yeah, the Yolan summon. I was really hoping I got the impression you were gonna push for like the NPC tallies as well. I was surprised you didn't get it because I thought you might be trying to push me into Yolan summon or PK.
I have Stone Cold 0. I figured like any number of those other squares in column 3 is like plenty enough to force you into that I don't really care.
Yeah, it's fair.
That drop talisman square is not my favorite to do.
No, it's a pretty weird square. I'm not a big fan of it either. Like, it's fine. It's not hard. It's just, it's always there.
It's a lot of running.
Like Horn Center invasions and later runes and all that shit. And then there's like Unspark if you do that way, and it's weird. I don't know. It's just, it sort of lingers a lot and affects a lot of different things. Pain. But yeah, I know what you mean. For sure. Yeah, there's no way I would have come back from there. I was leaving Incant. I was gonna do, this is my last NPC boss. I had the thing for Egon's Grace, and then I was gonna use those runes to do the Incant and finish the summon. So yeah, I was like another like 15 minutes away from doing Incant, I reckon.
Uh-huh.
A good while. Uh-huh. Yes. Anyway, good matches. Things are
Yeah,
learned.
GG's.
Good. I know that you wish to be a bird, and that's the most important thing about today. We said the same answer, so we are soulmates.
Yes, I would ask
This
what
is-
what you chose, but I do get the impression that it was the same.
Yeah. It was a bird. Big bird. Okay, thank you, Jackie. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for the games.
See ya, boy.
Alright, see you, brother. Bye-bye. Bye, CBD. Oh, CBD's gone. Bye.
All right, I'm gonna kill Mesmer with the buffs because I want to. I wanna kill this guy. It's been a lot of games, I feel. All right, buffs. Where even are they? I just like haven't bought them in so long. FGMS, Golden Vow. I want to see what this damage looks like. Remember, I don't have, well, actually, I have just enough for Old Lords. Let's do that. Instead of, whatchamacallit. Wait, where is it? Whoa! Where is it? Oh, there it is. Get Howl. Too late. I mean, I could just, like, cheat it in for myself or whatever, but... Bleh. Bleh. I don't have a lot of strength or an attunement, so we'll see. We'll see what this looks like. Do I have enough time to flame grant me strength and still dodge? We're gonna figure that out. We do. Fuck that up a little. What? I ran out of room. That's disturbing. Yeah, I did some calculations on that recently, Aggro. It does save you more time. Basically, always. The thing is, like, you have to have enough base damage. Like if the buffs are up for, like, the whole fight, it saves you time. If the buffs, like, are not on for very long, like, I think buying the buffs off rip is a terrible idea. Because just, like, putting that money towards more base damage is just better. But once, like, you get to the point where fights are around, like, a minute and a half, doing buffs takes them to, like, a minute and 10, a minute 15 or something. And the buff is, like, higher uptime and stuff, and then that, like, 10, 15, 20 second time save, like, it only takes 8 seconds roughly to buff, so, you do wind up saving a net time. It's not, like, a huge deal, and honestly, if you just don't enjoy buffing, it's, like, but it is not a negative time. Yeah, exactly, no one can. Buffing by 0 doesn't actually do all that much. Okay, so today was supposed to be my day off, but I wound up doing match review today because of the thingamajig, the thing. Let's go for a raid to Let's go to Yui, who's doing French. But I will be taking tomorrow off instead of today, and then I don't know exactly what Wednesday, Thursday is going to look like. I don't know if I'll just like take 2 days off in a row and then just go hard again, or what I'll do. But if you're in the Discord, I will let you know there. And if you're just a vibes-based watcher, follower, whatever, just keep an eye out for Jack. I'll be here before too long. All right, everyone, enjoy the Yui raid. And as always, you can hit him with some dumpies, whatever dumpies you wish. And then I will catch you guys later. Have a wonderful week until I see you again. Bye. Have a good night. Wee.